Hello and welcome everyone to this, the 38th episode of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, a Warhammer 40,000 podcast, made, produced, developed and now delivered to you, the fine people of the Warhammer 40,000 community, and the random assortment of others that happened upon us by complete mistake. For those, obviously, who fall into the latter camp, thank you very much for listening so far. If you're not in any way interested in Warhammer 40,000 and Warhammer 40,000 accessories, I dare say now is about the time that you should probably go away. But if by some miracle you've randomly happened upon us and that was exactly the sort of thing you wanted to hear about, hopefully you will enjoy what we have to share. And by we, I don't just mean me, although my name is Dan. Hello, thank you very much for joining us. But I am joined, as always, by my good buddy Philip. How are you doing, Phil?
I'm good, thank you very much.
Have you been having an exciting time? Not down too bad with the sickness lately?
I've got a little bit of a cough that I picked up from you on the weekend, but otherwise, I've sort of been having a bit of downtime and sort of recovering from the weekend because it was quite exhausting. I haven't actually done too much sort of hobby stuff this week, mostly sort of catching up on little bits rather than actually getting out to the shed to actually do anything.
No, that's fair enough, man. That's fair enough. I mean, again, obviously, you know, for those who aren't already aware of what the great significance was of the weekend, we are recording after having returned from the fabulous weekend that was the Warhammer 40,000 Grand Tournament Finals, which, as the title of this podcast will have already told you, is something of a recurring theme throughout this episode. In fact, in many respects, it is the entirety of the content that we are going to bring you today, because those of you who are already regular listeners will know that we like to prattle on about the Grand Tournament format that Warhammer World offers, and we were all present at the Warhammer World Grand Tournament Finals, so that is going to kind of be the topic of it there. But what was interesting, Phil, was hearing you accuse me there of, you know, something that may not have been my fault, you know, an acquisition, a false acquisition. Not acquisition, a false accusation, there you go, use the right words, about my contribution to your current cough. I mean, this is most bizarre, Phil. I mean, you asserted it to me.
Considering you were the only person at the weekend that seemed to have a cough, I think it can firmly be laid at your door.
Well, there you go. Well, someone who knows an awful lot about false accusations would be our one and only Joe Malin, everyone. Hello, Joe.
My name is not Joe Malin.
Come on, Joe Malin. Don't be like that. You are very much Joe Malin in every way, shape or form.
Not in no way, shape, literally, or form. We are polar opposites.
I suppose in many respects, Joe, this was one of the inevitable short-sighted failures of our decision not to openly reveal our surnames within everything that we've kind of created. I don't entirely know why that's entirely necessary, because ultimately knowing our full names isn't necessarily going to land us in too much hot water, but there was a general consensus that we didn't want to kind of reveal our full names. But you are definitely not Joe Malin. Is that much confirmed?
That is definitely confirmed. And also, now realising that everyone seems to think that I'm Joe Malin answers why I never get any favourite game votes.
I mean, not being too unreasonable to Joe Malin there. I mean, obviously, I feel like we're at risk of stoking some kind of specific opinion on the man. Those of you who already have your opinions on him are welcome to those, and we neither support nor discourage you from having those, because ultimately, you know, I'm sure you arrived at your own conclusions for your own reasons. But what is important to confirm is that Joe here is not that man.
No.
So that was an important thing. So
should we explain where this all came from?
No, I didn't. Well, okay, fair enough. So when we were at the Warhammer Grand Tournament Finals, we had the good fortune of meeting. We actually met a few listeners of the podcast, but one in particular was quite an incredible character. He is a Drakari player by the name of George. Lovely bloke, really nice to chat to. So George, if you're listening, and you led me to believe that you would be, Thank you very much for coming up to us and saying nice things about this silly
I
old
don't
show.
know. Would be a listener now, having met us, he might have gone off us.
You do worry about that because I was really grateful, and I always am really grateful when people come up and kind of talk to us about the show. And I can't help, and I know it may seem a little bit mad to say this, but I'm very pleased to hear that sort of stuff. And I go out of my way to be super nice to people who have already been quite nice to me because I sort of kind of, the ego in me wants to hear them say more nice things. So I start sort of hovering around them more going, can you tell me again that you like me? Please? Please validate my life choices. But Joe, you should probably continue this point about George's opinion on things. What occurred, Joe?
So basically, he discovered that there is a human being called Joe Malin. That this person exists. And apparently he's done very, very well with Drukhari. And as he himself is a Drukhari player, he was like, I need to know what this man has done to achieve these heady heights of greatness. So he went on the Google and searched the Joe and the Drukhari, and my name somehow came up first. And he started listening to the podcast. And then he was
it wasn't
like,
so much that your name came up first, it was that Joe Malin was somehow associated via Google with the Lookout Sir 40k podcast.
yeah, which is a bit weird.
I mean, I do know Joe. I've played him in a couple of games. I've hung out with him, or not hung out with him, but I've chatted to him at tournaments and stuff. I don't in any way dislike the lad. I think he's quite a nice, normal fella. I have to acknowledge, because we all have to acknowledge, why Joe was somewhat offended to discover that people thought it was Joe Malin, that Joe Malin's reputation within the wider tournament scene is not overly positive. And I think, ultimately, I can't necessarily confirm or deny whether or not that particular reputation is well-earned or not. But I am aware of the fact that, a lot of people in the competitive 40k community don't take too well to him. I played against him and I lost against him, and I didn't necessarily feel like the game was done completely correctly when it occurred. But you know what? He's still just he's a younger lad, and he's obviously really trying hard to get better at the game, and he is quite good at the game. I mean, he was the number one ranked ITC player for Drukhari at some point last year, wasn't he?
Yeah. Hence the reason why his name was being Googled.
And then Gorgeous George, he decided to listen to us on the assertion that you are Joe Malin, right?
Yeah. But we got a listener out of it.
Exactly.
And he's a lovely man. He's a lovely man. He plays Drukhari. We talked about Drukhari. His Drukhari army is lovely. I don't know why he needs to get advice off of anyone, because he came fifth at the final.
It's true.
The heady heights of fifth, and I was nowhere near that. So I should be getting the advice off of him, if anything.
Well, indeed. Perhaps that will happen in the future. Who could say? But yeah, thanks for that, George. That was a wonderful moment when that came to be, because obviously Joe, as a wonderfully kind of sympathetic group of human beings who were very nice to each other in all instances. Obviously, we didn't use that information or that assertion on your behalf to, belittle Joe all weekend long. That's definitely not what occurred, right, Joe?
No, I'm getting a T-shirt made. It's going to just say, "I'm not Joe Malin."
There you go.
I have no context whatsoever.
Joe, do you want to confirm your full name for the record, or do you just want it to be on record that you are not Joe Malin?
My name is Joe Coles, Coles. If you'd like to steal my identity and put some money in my bank account, that would be brilliant.
It's true. If anything, in your current financial situation, the only way is up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be incredible to discover if your identity was worth something to someone, because it's sure as hell not been worth anything to you.
It's like I've probably got my presence in the world is probably that of a homeless dead man. So.
Oh, mate. Obviously, no, that's not true, Joe. You mean a lot to me and Phil, right, Phil?
Oh, of course.
There you go. I hate being unnecessarily rude to you, mate. If anything, I felt like I probably was laughing way too much at my own stupid joke there, so it probably wasn't nearly as funny as I'd hoped for. But There you go. So look, anyway, episode 38, we went to the Grand Tournament Finals, and we're going to talk about that in essence. There's no necessarily formal structure to this. It's going to be basically going through the games. Well, first of all, going through our armies, then going through the games in order, and then some closing thoughts on the thing. So we're going to break it up into 3 sections, what we took, how the games went, how we thought the event was, and that's going to be the show, guys. So if you're in no way interested in hearing about how we got on at the Grand Tournament Finals, obviously this is not going to be the episode for you. Please go back through the back catalogue and maybe try your hands at some of our earlier works where we talk more broadly about other topics. But for those of you who have been on this journey with us and heard all the various things we've had to say about the Grand Tournament, hopefully you will enjoy what we have to offer in terms of this piece of content, and look forward to a 2020 of fabulous Warhammer 40,000 news and or information. So with that said, guys, I'm going to do the old transitional noise. Although actually, I should probably say, don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. I know I hate kind of shilling out like this, but ultimately, I've always sort of heard so many other podcasts doing this quite aggressively at the start, and it seems to work quite well for them. So look, I mean, if you could say some nice stuff, maybe you're someone like the gorgeous George, who, you know, decided not to say anything until he saw us in person. And that's equally fine. But, you know, it makes us feel warm and fuzzy to know that people out there enjoy this thing that we do. So with that said, guys, we're going to get on to that thing that we do with our traditional transitional noise. Thank you, everyone. Woo! So in this opening segment of the Grand Tournament Finals podcast wrap-up-a-thon, we're now going to be talking about the army lists that we took. And I suppose in many respects, at least from mine and Joe's perspective, we would probably call this meta in regret or something along those lines. Wouldn't you say so, Joe?
Yeah, I wanted to change the whole name of this segment to just meta regret.
Or we made no, that's not going to work. We meta a mistake. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
What do you think that should be a separate segment, sort of almost like a post-tournament, where we go from now, like chat?
Well, I think in some respects, Phil, it's integral to all the things that was this Grand Tournament from mine, Joe's perspective. So, you know, in terms of our army list construction, I think it's still relevant for here, without getting too into it, obviously. I mean, we'll it's definitely an evolving conversation that I'm sure we'll touch on many occasions. But in terms of this segment of the podcast, at least, I mean, you know, let's start with Phil, because ultimately Phil is somewhat of our safe haven when it comes to regular army retention. So what was your army list, Phil? What did you bring for 1,750 points?
Well, for 1,749 points, because I had one to spare, basically, I took, to no surprise, a Krieg detachment.
The Krieg?
I know, it was your standard battalion. I had 2 field officers, one of which was my warlord. I gave him Old Grudges as the warlord trait, which is basically select a unit of your opponents at the beginning of the game, and within 6 inches you can reroll failed wounds, which is always my go-to because it's the best. Absolutely. Especially when you're surrounded by tanks. I also gave him Korov's Aquila because I was super low on CP, which I'll explain about once I've talked through the list. So I needed a way of gaining some. I also took a Death Rider Commander. So he just got his regular hunting lance. I didn't give him any of the... Because sometimes I like to give him the Relic Power Sword, which is -4 AP D3 damage, which is quite cool. But I didn't this time, so just stuck him with a regular lance, and that was purely to give orders to the Death Riders. In terms of troops, I just did 4 basic infantry squads, like all bare bones, pretty standard. For my elites, I took 2 Astropaths. One with Night Shroud, which is a psychic power that is -1 to hit. Another Astropath with a psychic power called Psychic Barrier, which is +1 to your save. So those 2 combo really well with the Super Heavy, which I'll be talking about in a minute. I took 5 Crusaders. and this was pretty much just because I really like the models. I painted them up for No Retreat 8, and I was like, this would be good to go into a painting competition. And they're not the best things, sort of rules-wise, although they're slightly better now. I'm not using the beta Sisters of Battle Codex. So originally, to give it some context, in Chapter Approved 2018, they did a beta version of the Sisters of Battle Codex that was kind of upcoming, and in it they specifically say, replace the rules from the Astra Militarum Crusaders with these ones. And now we're in this weird world where especially last weekend, where the Sisters of Battle Codex, I think, came out that weekend, so wouldn't technically
It went on pre-order, didn't it?
Oh, it went on pre-order. So it's not officially out, but it is out because it's been in the Sisters of Battle box set, army box that you can buy. So I was like, which rule is actually valid? And the general assumption from asking everyone was, let's just roll back to the original Codex one, because clearly the beta Codex isn't used anymore. And I doubt in the new Codex it will have a similar stipulation. So they must go back to their old one. So that actually makes it slightly better, because the Acts of Faith are pretty cool. Basically, at the beginning of your turn, you roll a dice. On a 2-up, you can do an action. So you can attack as if it's the fight phase. You can move as if it's the movement phase. Or you can regain one model. So that was really useful to allow them to move a bit more. I think there is some viability running a 10-man squad of them, because then they would be a bit more useful, I think. I think the problem is a 5-man squad just dies too quickly to use that ability to regain the odd model to make them more survivable. And then for the 4th elite, I took a Death Rider command squad, which allows my Death Riders to outflank, which I only did once or twice. And then for fast attack, I've got one Death Rider command squad, a 5-man one. And that was it for my Krieg lots. I did also take for 2 CP and for 95 points an assassin of my choosing. And then I had a Supreme Command detachment. So this was a tank detachment, basically, that I ran as Katajan to give the rerolls to the number of shots. So I took 3 tank commanders. I took a Lehman Russ with heavy bolter on the hull and a battle cannon. But I upgraded it to the relic battle cannon, so it does flat 3 damage. I took another tank commander, again with heavy bolter on the front, but also heavy bolters on the sponsons and a demolisher cannon. And then lastly, I took a standard Lehman Russ, literally with battle cannon and las cannon. And then as my Lord of War, I took a Baneblade, which I wanted to try out, because I think the new rule for Demolisher going from D3 to D6 is quite interesting. Not that I rarely used it in the game, because a lot of time I'm just out of range of stuff. But I figured in terms of regimental doctrines that Katachan's the most efficient one for all of them. Like, they all benefit from getting reroll number of shots. And it's arguably Cadian's better for Lehman Russes, because they can give themselves the reroll number of shots ability via an order, and then they innately get reroll 1s. Whereas for the Baneblade, it wouldn't really benefit from anything other than reroll 1s to hit, which I don't think is as useful.
Can I just pip in here?
Yeah.
Controversially. Coming from a man who says that Iron Hands should be black, how did your opponents feel about you running Krieg models as Katachan?
Well, I bring it up in every game. I basically said to them, Krieg don't get a tank regimental ability, so I'm just running them as Katachan. They were all like, cool, and no one queried it or questioned it. And I mentioned it on, spoilers, when I was on the live stream, I mentioned it to them too, and they were all like, okay. No one said, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. And I think there is if Krieg did have a tank doctrine that I just didn't like, and I was instead saying, "Well, actually, I'm going to take them as Catachan," then I would feel sort of like I was being a bit cheeky about it, because they would have one that they should be using, but I currently don't have one, and would be at a massive disadvantage. And I sort of feel like Krieg are already at a bit of a disadvantage anyway, because they are still an index army. So, I don't feel too bad about doing this one thing to try and give myself an advantage. And it's not even giving myself an advantage to be like Iron Hands good. It's making me sort of just as good as a standard Astra Militarum army. So I don't feel too bad about it.
Cool.
I suppose my only kind of feedback on the list, and we didn't really have a massive opportunity to sort of talk through it before. And I know we kind of talked about this throughout the weekend. It definitely sounds like there was a sort of distinct lack of infantry in that list, or troop sort of infantry. I know you kind of did that to sort of speed up gameplay, but did you feel that that loss throughout the weekend in terms of lack of infantry?
For sure. I mean, so I have one more detachment.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. Yes, you do.
There's the Vanguard detachment of my Inquisition. So I've got Inquisitor Eisenhorn, or Lady Greyhorn. This time I took Terrify and Castigation as the two psychic powers that she has. So Terrify is -1 leadership and ignore Overwatch. And Castigation is effectively like Smite, but you basically have to beat the target's leadership on 3 dice, and then you do D3 mortal wounds. Now, originally I took Mental Interrogation instead of Terrify, because I wanted another method of gaining more CP. And when I did a test game with Joe on Friday, I was like, actually, even though I don't have much CP, I can live with it. But ignoring Overwatch is huge, and I'm glad I took it because I use it in most games. I've then also got my Demon Host, which my Inquisitor summons, and then I've got my 3 Acolytes, which is, my little Manfred Wilhelm, the guy in green with his Stormbolt on his shoulder. And then I've got my little Attacko Cat. And then I've got my little book-carrying guy, which is my 3 little Acolytes, which I use to sort of pass on attacks from the Inquisitor. Which, weirdly, when we talked about it in the Inquisitor episode of the podcast, we looked at it and we were like, oh, this doesn't act like shield drones. But then when we re-looked at it on the weekend, we were like, oh no, it does, because it explicitly talks about passing on attacks and cancelling out all the wounds from that attack. So actually they do work like shield drones, basically, so that makes them slightly better.
Definitely, yeah.
So that was the list. I basically I think I started off on 10 CP, but I actually was always spending 5 CP pre-game. So 1 is on the Vigilist attachment, 1 is to take an extra relic, i.e. the Relic Battle Cannon, or, Core of Zaquilla, because spending 1 CP to then have the ability to regen CP sort of is a bit of a no-brainer. 2 CP to take my Assassin, which is quite painful, that it's 2, and then 1 to give my Eisenhorn Inquisitor Warlord trait, and the Warlord trait allows her to re-roll one dice roll per battle round for her. So it can be things like psychic, save, attack and wounds, that sort of thing. So I spent sort of 2 CP to give myself extra re-rolls for the rest of the game. So it seemed like a worthy investment, basically. And on the whole, I didn't feel like I was missing out too much on CP, because with Catachan, I get the re-rolls for the number of shots. So I never felt like I, was drastic on my sort of CP usage. But you are right. I totally felt like I was lacking in troops. And in some games, like turn 1, most of my troops would get removed from the table. And I'm like, oh, okay. I sort of feel like I could have, a more competitive list would be just to remove the Inquisition completely, even though the ability to smite is huge, and the ability to deny powers is quite useful. just taking more tanks might have been more efficient. There was a National Militarum player there who we both spoke to. I think, Dan, you played him, and he actually placed quite highly overall. I think he was in the top 30, I think. He was definitely a top National Militarum player. And he had, just a bunch of tanks.
Yeah, he had a lot of tanks, to be fair. And a lot of infantry, though, as well. He had 70-odd infantry in that list as well. So he was, but I suppose that's because he wasn't obviously throwing points into kind of Inquisition units, so he had a little bit more flexibility to add those elements in, I guess.
Yeah, because my Inquisition detachment's 130 points, so that would be 2 more infantry squads, which would have made probably more of a bigger difference. But having that Inquisition is probably one of the things that most people came up to me on the day to be like, I love the look of your army. These are really cool conversions. Oh, wow, what's this character here? And, that in itself makes it more enjoyable to play that army when you're getting that kind of feedback from people. And it's also, to me, it always just adds a bit of narrative to my games. Even, maybe I need to reserve him for more casual games that we play and not take it to tournaments, that sort of thing. But it's something I enjoy playing with, even if it's not the most competitive element of my list.
I think that is an important decision, though, because I think, as me and Joe will touch upon in a moment, I think taking stuff that you like, especially to the Grand Tournament format, is very, very important, because ultimately it's a lot of games, but also, you got to be comfortable with what you're bringing and what your army list can do, and what sort of feels like should normally work in the meta. It doesn't necessarily work as well in Warhammer World as it might work in other locations. So I still think you made the right decision, because ultimately you brought the stuff that made you brought the stuff that you were happy to play, and you were comfortable with that list, and but also it got you the desired effect. People came up, they said really nice things about your army. I mean, not to sort of spoilers, but you didn't get in the cabinet for this particular event. But I still think, ultimately people really, really liked your list when they saw it, and I think that's definitely an important thing for you. So I understand the rationale for sure. Is there any other aspects of your list that you kind of would critique at this point, or I suppose we can kind of talk about that in the wrap up, unless there's anything from the outset that you kind of wanted to sort of disclose, or any kind of strategy that you had in mind for the whole list?
Well, on the whole, it's a strategy I've done before. So Old Grudges on my Warlord sort of goes at the back, surround him by a couple of my tank commanders, at least the 2 Lehman Russes with the battle cannons for long range firepower. In an ideal world, normally I'd do 3 Lehman Russes, but because one of them's a Demolisher, because I was testing out the Demolisher this weekend as well, which is pretty good. The short range isn't too problematic until you get into range of guns that are going to kill it.
Yeah.
And likewise, having it in range of the Baneblade was quite useful. I'm still not convinced by the Baneblade being as optimal as just 2 or 3 more Lehman Russes, though. But I mean, that's a conversation we can have at the end of the game, at the end of the podcast. But yeah, that was my main strategy in terms of tactics. What can I do? I tried to fling my Inquisitor forwards as well, to use Smite, use Terraform, the unit that I can then have either my Crusaders or my Death Riders charge in, so I don't have to worry too much about Overwatch, which was useful in quite a few games. Like that ability just to make sure I can ignore Overwatch was handy. So I'm glad I switched it out from the mental interrogation, because I felt like I wouldn't have really gained much from the mental interrogation power.
No, of course.
That was it. I'm happy to move on.
Cool. All right, brilliant. So, Joe, what was your army list, mate? What did you end up using?
So I ended up using my Celestial Lions. I've basically been playtesting with this army for ages, and it's worked really, really well. And it's double battalion. So the first battalion, it's all Imperial fists. The first battalion was 2 Primaris captains, 3 squads of 5 Primaris Marine or intercessors with Stalker bolt rifles, Thunderfire cannon, and 2 units of two units of Centurion Devastators with heavy bolters, just of 3. And the second detachment was a lieutenant, a Primaris chaplain, and a 3rd unit of intercessors, and then 2 squads of 5 infiltrators, a Primaris ancient, a Primaris apothecary, and 2 whirlwinds, and that was it for 1750. I think it was like 1748, 1749 in total. I ended up going 3-3, so 3 wins, 3 losses.
Spoilers.
Just for spoilers.
Yep. That's all good, man. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, 3-3. It's a really good list, and I played with it lots. I really liked this list going in. Then when I wrote it, I was really excited about it. But having run it so much before, I think I was a bit overconfident with it. Because it's one of those lists that's really easy to run with.
Yeah.
It's literally a case of just cast it up and shoot people till they die.
Indeed. I mean, that is very clearly the strategy for that list right there, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's just all about hosing people down until they die from it.
Yeah, and it's got 6 squads of resilient infantry, which can go and grab objectives. The infiltrators are really, really good for screening. The obviously the whirlwinds and the thunderfire cannons get the +1 damage when they shoot at vehicles because they're heavy weapons and they don't need line of sight, which is great for picking up those little units that are all hiding around. And they've got that 2 CP strat where they get to shoot again. One of my captains was a chapter master with a power fist and a plasma pistol, and he kind of ran forward with the lieutenant. Whereas my other one, which was my warlord, had the relic, the Eye of Hopeth, which gives you roll 1s to wound when shooting. So he basically sits next to them, and they get re-rolls for days, as it were. And they did a lot of work. And then I developed this really cool strategy with my Centurions, because people tend to kill those very quickly. I always had the banner and the apothecary next to them. So you'd kill them, you'd kill one, I'd shoot with it, and it would kill something. Like we had when I played
on a 4+. It's
on a 4+.
Yeah.
But for an example, when me and Phil play tested on the Friday, for every Centurion he killed, I killed a unit of his guard, like a 10-man squad of infantry with the Hurricane Bolters in his turn. I killed more in that game in his turn than I did in my own. And then the apothecary brings it back on 1 wound. I had the special chief apothecary with the relic, which basically allows him, I can't remember if it's a relic or a warlord trait. I remember I had to pay an extra CP for it, but he gets to revive twice or heal twice. So it really benefited me if people split their fire. So they'd be like, I'll kill one here, kill one there. And I'd be like, cool, I'll bring them both back in the same turn. Both only have 1 wound, so it doesn't matter. They'll come back, they'll kill something, or they'll take part in killing something. Your opponent will shoot at them, and then on a 4+, they get to shoot back, and then I bring them back again. But the apothecary would bring back on average 3 to 4 Centurions a game.
Wow, that's incredible value.
Yeah, so that's 210 to 280 points back every game.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's worth it for sure.
Oh god, yeah. He that banner and that apothecary basically won me a lot of my games and the games I did win, and I don't understand why people don't take them more. Because they're not that expensive, and you can even take the normal Marine version, which is even cheaper.
I guess it's if you're not running Centurions or something like Aggressors, which are infantry but worth lots of points, it's probably not worth it. Especially if it's like standard squad.
Well, a lot of people are taking brigades at the moment, and they're really cheap, like elite slots. Because a lot of people, when they run a brigade, if they're running Iron Hands and that kind of stuff, tend to take things like Invicta Warsuits. But as good as they are, and they are good in armies like Iron Hands, like they're not so brilliant in like fists. So I'm surprised people haven't started gravitating for that, just for the extra shooting. Because if you think someone's running a brigade, that's a potential extra. Like your Primaris Marines are going to get more out of their points when they die for shooting, and that's when a Primaris Marine with a Stalker bolt rifle shoots, he tends to kill another enemy Primaris Marine. So, yeah, I'm hopefully more people will pick it up and take it. The guy I played in my last game said that it's something that he's going to have a look at doing with his Ultramarines. He'll be running Aggressors.
Well, that's cool, man. You've made an impact.
Yeah, it's a good army. It works well. Doesn't require a vast amount of brain power to run, which was kind of one of the reasons why I did take it, because it was like, I've got 6 games this weekend. I'm going to be pretty tired by game 4 and 5, so like I want something that I can do without having to. That I could do either with a hangover or with very little sleep. Was my brain thoughts on that.
I mean, it sounds like a perfectly reasonable approach, mate, and by all accounts, a very good list, which we could all pretty much universally agree on at the time. On the topic of good lists, or theoretically good lists, I suppose I may as well talk about mine. So, those of you who know me will be familiar with my love of the Elder. Obviously, I qualified with Elder. I've played and won many tournaments with Elder. I like to consider myself something of an army specialist with Elder. So I'm sure it will not surprise anyone to hear that for the Grand Tournament Finals, at the very last minute, about 3 weeks from the event, I decided that the best army I could possibly use is my Blood Angels, which was an interesting choice. I think, is the thing, right? I was seeing the results from the Grand Tournament's heats that took place. I was seeing the results from other events and consistently hearing the noise, which was essentially, if you're not running Marines, then you're not winning. And I went to the GT finals with the intention of trying to win, because, you know, I've come very close before in the finals, finishing 5th place last year. And obviously I had also won a GT heat. Now that probably warped my inner sensibilities more so than I really realised, and I probably wanted the win more than was ultimately reasonable. But ultimately I took the decision that Space Marines, more specifically Blood Angels, offered me a lot of really interesting options, and I really believed that the Blood Angel army had what it took to go 6-0. Now, Whether or not that is the case, unlike Joe, I won't necessarily spoil the final results, but at this particular point in time. But the army list that I brought was built around a very simple strategy, which was durability, but also aggression. So the army list was essentially a dual battalion army. The first battalion consisted of one captain with a jump pack, which happened to be the Angel's Wing, a Thunderhammer, and the Artisans of War warlord trait, i.e. he was Captain Smash. Captain Smash in that detachment was joined by Lamartez. Lamartez being an absolutely incredible character with an insane amount of attacks and a bunch of really very viable buffs that he can bolt on to other units, most specifically Def Company, obviously, but you know he definitely has his uses. I actually took 3 standard 5-man tactical squads in this battalion, and the rationale behind that was to get the 2-up saves in cover, but also just to give myself, well, in truth, it was what I had painted, so that was the thing. I couldn't afford to take the Primaris variant and still get all the other stuff that I wanted into the list, so the tactical squads were available, and ultimately it was easy enough to build them and use them for the weekend, or rather, not build them and use them, but just, you know, take them out of the old case and use them for the weekend. In that detachment was 2 elites. So there was a Sanguinary Ancient with the Standard of Sacrifice, which is the special banner that gives you 5-up Feel No Pain for all Blood Angel units within 6 inches, although that is all Blood Angel units bar those that have the Def Company keyword. If you have the Def Company keyword, you don't gain the benefits of a Feel No Pain 5+. And a 12-man unit of Def Company, which was mostly bolt pistols and chainswords, except for 3 Thunderhammers. So that was the first detachment. And then there was the second detachment. In the second detachment, I had Astaroth. Astaroth being the chief apothecary of the Blood Angels. He's a very fighty character. His axe is quite incredible, but ultimately...
Chaplain.
What's that, buddy?
You said apothecary, the chaplain, isn't he?
Sorry. Yes, he's a chaplain. Sorry. Thank you very much for correcting me.
This is why it went wrong.
You're not supposed to give it away that it went wrong yet, Joe. Don't be throwing me under the bus just yet.
Oh, all right then. Carry on.
No. I appreciate the input. Yes, it's the chief chaplain of the Bangles. And then, bizarrely, for some reason or another, I decided it would be a good idea to take the Sanguinor, because I love the idea of having +1 attack on all my units, but also the ability to charge him into combat and then leave said combat and charge again was quite appealing. Plus also he's got a Death Mask, which is minus leadership, which was quite funny in some of the guard matchups. And I made him my warlord. Sorry, Joe.
He's an absolute boss as well. Let's not beat around here. He's an absolute monster.
Here's the thing, and we'll talk about it more at the end. I'm not so sure after the course of the weekend that he is, but we'll get round to that in time. But yeah, I made him my warlord because he had heroic bearing as his set warlord trait, which is the warlord trait that I wanted for my warlord because I wanted my units not to have to take morale tests. Because that was very useful for the overall build of the army. And then in terms of the troop choices, I had 3 sniper scout squads with no camo cloaks, even though the models come with camo cloaks and there wasn't any time or ability to edit that set of circumstances. So although my scouts were modelled with camo cloaks, I made sure in every game to be like, look guys, I couldn't make this work any other way, and this is what the army list is. Obviously, if you've got an issue with my scout models having camo cloaks when I haven't paid for them, I'll just take the models off. But no one ever had an issue with it, so it was fine. And then in that detachment, there were 2 elite choices, which was 1 unit of 10 Sanguinary Guard with swords, and another unit of 10 Sanguinary Guard with axes. So all in, it's a very infantry-heavy, very aggressive, but with the Sanguinary Guard, very durable army, because Sanguinary Guard have a 2-up save. With the banner, they've got a 5-up Feel No Pain, and with the Sanguinor nearby, they're never rolling a morale test. So they were really amazing bubble wrap for my characters, in theory. And ultimately, they are super aggressive, and when they get into fights, they are exceptional. The thing that Sanguinary Guard excel at is killing characters with 3-up invuns. If you've got a character with a 3-up invun, doesn't really matter how tough it is, doesn't really matter what attacks it's got or what it can do back to you, because the Sanguinary Guard, if you get like 5 Sanguinary Guard, 6 Sanguinary Guard into a 3-up invun character, because every one of their attacks does D3 damage, and for 1 CP you can make it that they do a flat 2, you can guarantee, unless your opponent has extraordinarily good saves, you can pretty much guarantee that that Sanguinary Guard squad will run into big scary characters with 3-up invuns and just rinse them, because all that needs to happen, say for example you're charging into another Captain Smash, or Trajan Valores. I think he's got a 3-up invun, doesn't he? Joe, you sort of know these things. Trajan Valores, has he got a 3-up invun?
He does, yes.
There you
go. They're really good at killing custodies. They're really good at just killing other elite stuff.
Yeah.
Like if someone put down a unit of like Thunderhammer, Storm Shield, Terminators, a squad of like 10 versus 10, the Sanguinary Guard will just mow through them.
Yeah, and that's the thing with them. They're very, very powerful in theory, and they're very mobile, and yeah. So that was the army. The logic is that the logic was and is that they were good. I think that was my thought process going into it. I liked the army. I liked what it represented. I liked the aggressive power that they had, and also in a way they were quite a brainless army, because regardless of my opponent, regardless of what I was coming up against, my strategy really only ever stayed the same, which was throw myself forwards and smash everything to pieces, while also being very conscientious of creating safe havens for characters. The real trick to running this army list is ensuring that you also wrap units so as you can kind of, touch base, to use playground terminology, so as you're safe, because what you don't want is to go in and have incredibly aggressive charges and then just get shot off the board because you're out in the open and an easy target. You need to set up scenarios where you can go in and be aggressive, but you can also hide in plain sight, because you can get into 1 inch of a unit that may have also been wrapped by other things. And I found that the scout squads were very good for that, because bizarrely, even though my scout squads had sniper rifles for matchups where that felt relevant, I was using them just to throw them in and fight with them all the time, just so as I could wrap people, because my scout squads were a lot less efficient at trying to kill stuff. So, like, for example, with the scouts, you could always be like, right, 1 scout's within 1 inch, the rest of them are outside 2, then I activate the squad. The 1 scout attacks with his 2 attacks on a charge, wounding on freeze in most instances, unless of course it was up against a guard player, in which case it was 2. But even then, it was like, you'd only ever get like 1 wound out of him, and you just hope that person would then save it, and then the remaining scouts, after you activated, after attacking, would just go and then wrap up that squad, and then that always sort of acted as my base afterwards. It would always just be a case of make sure someone is positioned in such a way as when the fighting's done, I can just go blip and be in combat with that squad that can't get away. So there you go. Anyway, that's the army list. I liked it in principle. I felt like it could be fun to play, and I guess we'll talk about it at the end, what my thoughts and feelings were on it. So there you go, guys. Any questions about the Blood Angels? Any thoughts or feelings?
How did you feel about taking 0 Primaris Space Marines? Is it very old school?
Yeah, everything in my army was old school. And it illustrated to me how much better Space Marines are now because of the fact that even the tactical squads were viable in certain situations. And I know tactical squads have had a bad rep for a long time, but I can guarantee you there have been instances in so many of the games where I've ran tactical squads since new Space Marines have come out where they've been consistently impressive. And I think the trick of the tactical squad, and this wasn't something that I was able to utilise in this army list, but I think the trick of the tactical squad is the Rhino. I think what the Primaris gain in wounds, range, AP, and attacks, I suppose, because obviously they get all of that stuff, they lose out because of the Rhino. The Rhino is such a utilitarian option within the army. It's got good enough movement, it's quite durable, it's quite cheap, and it also offers you a lot of extra flexibility that, you know, the Primaris aren't really able to access, because even Primaris, if they wanted to take their Impulsor is relatively expensive and can only carry 5 or 6 models. So you can never get like a big 10-man unit in there. And I think that's the other thing about tactical squads, is the fact that for 120 points you can get 10 of them, which is really quite significant, because these guys have such a stronger board presence, and with the tactical doctrine in play, they're still getting the -1s out of their bolters. I mean, sure, they're a lot less durable, but I think the combination of a 200-point 10-man squad inside a Rhino with some minor equipment upgrades is actually quite tactically interesting, and I really like how that works in since the Marine stuff's come out. But even just taking the 5-man units, I was very happy with it, and it was nice to continue in my ranty weirdness and not run Primaris, even though I own Primaris and I actually do quite like the range of models. I suppose, yeah, I've kind of made my feelings known on the fluffy lore elements of Primaris. So yeah, no, I didn't at any point feel like I was at a disadvantage for using tactical Marines. So there you go. Now you know what army list we took. Let's move on now and talk about the games we played. Transitional noise. Woo! So we've just now talked about the armies. Let's now begin with the games, or the event as a whole, I suppose, which will be summarised through the games. So we arrived relatively late. You know, Joe has long since seen the benefits of turning up 10 minutes before signing closes, although he still isn't a fan of it. I mean, did you feel slightly more comfortable this time around, Joe, getting into Warhammer World at about 10:15 rather than 8:30 in the morning?
It was the worst experience in my life.
You didn't appreciate just walking straight to the front and getting in with no hassle?
No, I couldn't deal with it.
Wow.
It's like going to the cinema and arriving like during the trailers.
Ooh.
It's just not cricket, you know.
That's fair enough, mate. That's fair enough.
Because I'm always like, they're going to start without us. I hate being rushed before my first game of the event. Because you turn up to a big event and you're nervous and you're anxious, and to top it all off, Dan is going at a snail's pace. You're about to leave the hotel room, and he's like, "I'm going to the toilet," and I'm like, "Well, that's 20 minutes. And what are we going to do for 20 minutes?" And then I'll just pace around the hotel room like a caged animal.
Well, there we go. A useful insight for everyone there. But fine. Okay, fine. So we got there at about 2:45. And registration was fairly painless because, you know, everyone else had already done that. And we realised at about that point, when we were awarded the numbers ranging from, I think, 67 to 69, wasn't it, that we got? I was 66. I was player 69. Were you player 66?
Yes.
Did someone push in front of me and Phil at some point or something?
I think so, yeah, because you were. I'm pretty sure you were faffing around.
Oh, yeah, I forgot my phone in the car, so I went back, didn't I?
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is we realised at about that point that this was not to be a 120-player tournament, but more a kind of 70-ish player event.
Yeah, I think there was 74, 75 in total.
So Warhammer World's Grand Tournament Finals did in fact clash with a incredibly popular independent tournament called Cali. And there were a lot of really, really great players who may or may not have qualified for the finals, who had elected to attend Cali instead of coming to the finals, which is totally understandable. Cali is an ITC affiliated event, and for a lot of players who are fighting to retain or secure their position within this year's ITC season, it made the absolute most sense that they go out to Cali and get in some practice against the killers that occupy that space ahead of the LVO, but ultimately, Cali is a very important event within the UK kind of ITC calendar, so we weren't massively surprised when we arrived to look around and see that there weren't really any, killers in the room, so to speak, although there were still some absolutely incredible players there. I think the hobby quality of a lot of the armies immediately kind of shone through. There was some really beautifully painted collections on display. And I think everyone there was of a sort of similar ilk, some pretty reasonable players of the game. I don't think we encountered or would have necessarily encountered anyone who was especially amateurish, but at the same time, certainly no one who, would be considered the top players, bar, say, Simon Priddas, was there on that particular occasion. But anyway, yeah, look, we arrived, we entered, we got settled in, and we began game one, which was the beautiful, what's it called? Was it Lockdown? Or
Scorched Earth.
Scorched Earth, that was the words I couldn't find. So, Scorched Earth is a mission whereby you have a multitude of objectives, 6 in total, in fact. 2 which need to be positioned within what we call no man's land, 2 that needed to be positioned in your enemy's deployment zone, and 2 that need to be deployed in your own deployment zone. If your opponent is scoring your objectives, i.e. the objectives that resided within your deployment zone, they have the option to scorch or explode or sack off that objective in return for free victory points. So it's all about aggression. It's all about getting stuck in to your opponent and seizing their objectives, and thus seizing the momentum of the game and maintaining board control and things of that nature. So, Joe, what did you face in game one?
So game one, I faced a very nice man called Henry, and he was running Crimson Fists. And they were Crimson Fists by name and by painted model. It was all very nice. And it was beautifully painted. A very quick rundown of his army. He was running Pedro, a lieutenant, a librarian, 2 squads of intercessors, a squad of scouts, and 3 squads of infiltrators, 2 squads of suppressors, ones with the autocannons, 2 squads of eliminators, a squad of scout bikes, what's the anti-air tank?
Oh, what, the hunter or the stalker?
The one with the one gun.
Oh, that's the stalker.
Yeah, and the
one gun, as in the one big missile.
2 guns. Yeah, no, it was the one with 2 guns. 2 guns.
Oh, yeah, stalker, yeah.
Yeah, and 3 Invicta warsuits.
Ooh, 3 Invicta warsuits.
Yeah, it was 110% pure aggro in your face.
Wowzers.
Army.
The sort of army you wouldn't want to go second against, I imagine.
It's not the funnest in the army in the world to go against second. So we were on the roll off, and I won it. So I chose to be the attacker, which meant I got to deploy first. He rolled the table, and we got spearhead assault. So the long ways one, which plays perfectly in my favour because I'm all the guns. So I set up kind of on the line on my 24-inch deployment, and then I put my infiltrators like 9 inches away from his deployment zone, which basically meant all of his stuff that infiltrated essentially had to go into his deployment zone. That was really good. And I was like, got this in the bag. I got all my objectives held down, like turn one, just blow away all those Invicta warsuits, clear up all of his infiltrators and his scouts, and then just work on the rest of my artillery. So I slowly creep forward to grab the objectives. And then he seized on me. And my plan fell sideways very, very quickly. Because he basically killed all of my Centurions turn one.
Wow.
A squad of intercessors and a squad of, and all my infiltrators, all dead, all gone, turn one.
Wow.
Because his army still got the exploding sixes, which I didn't realise.
Yeah, no, of course, because they're still Imperial fists, right?
They're still fists, so they get exploding sixes. They get +1 to hit against units that are big, that have got more than 5 models than them or something. But it doesn't matter because all my whole army was more min-sized squad, so it didn't matter. And they still get the +1 damage versus vehicles because fists.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And his army just had a withering amount of firepower. It was crazy. I tried to hold in there for as long as I could, and it went to turn 4, turn 5, where we were like level pegging, as I was kind of just eking out, hold it like to have my teeth literally and my nails in every objective I could kind of get onto. But in the end, it just had that one turn where I lost an objective, which he got onto it, and that kind of like tipped the balance.
Yeah.
And then he kind of stayed ahead. And then I think at the end of turn 5, I was like, I only had one objective left, and I was just like, I'm happy to call it there, because in the end I had a captain, a tech marine, and a whirlwind left. That was it. And I said, it was a good game. Well done. Well deserved win.
I mean, again, obviously a well-deserved win, obviously, because he played his armor list very, very well, but ultimately he got lucky, right? I mean, he rolled that 1 in 6 chance.
Yeah.
And completely and utterly, he was bold enough to kind of deploy his army and stick to his guns. Because, I mean, had he not seized the initiative...
He didn't deploy defensively at all. He kind of just screened out with everything he had. The warsuits were on the line, his infiltrators were on the line, scouts were on the line, but everything was just ready to go, ready to fight. And I think I think he knew it would be a first turn game, and I think he was just praying to every god imaginable to get that 6.
Yeah,
that's quite a ballsy move. But I guess for him though, he knows that you ignore cover, so there's no point him hiding out in anything.
Yeah, he said
he's going to ignore line of sight.
Yeah, he said that there's no point sitting in cover because it meant that he'd have to deploy off the line further back, and he wouldn't get a cover save, and my artillery negated the fact that he was out of line of sight anyway. And we both looked at our armies, and he was like, if you go first, you've won. And I was like, yeah, and if you go first, you've won, because you could just get in, wrap me, kill off my important stuff, and it's done. And we were correct, but it just wasn't it wasn't the person I was hoping to go first.
I mean, without getting too into it, I think this again illustrates some of my frustration with Seize the Initiative as an ongoing rule within match play, because I think I was really hopeful that with the attacker-defender initiative that they were going to do away with the whole the attacker chooses whether to go first or second. But I also hoped that they were going to get rid of seize the initiative, because I think, though obviously it adds a certain flavour to the game to have that kind of random mechanic in play, I think it is quite frustrating that, you ultimately were so caught on the back foot. And don't get me wrong, obviously, very ballsy for him to play it the way he played it based on that 1 in 6 chance. But yeah, I mean, that it's not that it doesn't seem right to me, because it is what it is, but at the same time, it does seem bizarre that you can get lucky like that.
If seize the initiative wasn't a thing, right? The person going first is going to deploy, like, knowing they're going first, and they're going to put themselves in the most advantageous place. But then the person going second will deploy accordingly, because they get to deploy second. They get to see where the attacker is and what the attacker's intention is. And then they can put themselves in a position to take that hit.
Yeah.
And it would also come in at the army design level.
Yeah.
Because then you'll get armies that my army is designed to go second. So if I win the roll-off, I'm going to give my opponent the first turn.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been around the houses on this sort of stuff before, so let's not revisit that territory. But, so, a first round loss for Joe, but an understandable one, given the fact that he was seized on. Phil, how was round 1 from your perspective?
Well, I was playing a lovely guy called James with his Necrons, who, funnily enough, Joe ends up playing later on.
Oh.
So he had quite an interesting list. It was the 3, I think it's Doom Scythes.
Yep.
The 3 flyers with the big guns on them. He did warn me up front that they've got a stratagem that can do this, like Mortal Wound Bomb, which is 3d3 mortal wounds, which is kind of crazy. He had 3 10-man squads of Immortals, which was like his troop choice, 6 Destroyers, I think it was 2 Overlords. You might remember, Joe, what his characters were.
He had 1 Overlord, and he had Imhotep the Storm Lord as well.
Ah, yes, yeah. So
that guy is an absolute baller, by the way. He gets some work done.
So I think one of them had like a resurrection orb, and the other one had the ability to deep strike not deep strike, but a redeploy himself and another unit. So I was always conscious of that. And then he had 2 Doomsday Arcs that just hung at the back in the corner. So he won the roll-off. He got to go first. I rolled for the maps. So I got Vanguard Strike, which was a kind of reoccurring theme of the entire weekend, because I seem to predominantly and almost exclusively just play that map, which isn't fun. So yeah, it was interesting. He sort of just put all of his stuff in a big blob in the middle, Doomsday Arcs at the back. I had to be trying to be really careful about my deployment, because basically he has a 6-inch blast template where he could do these mortal wounds. So I had to sort of position all my tanks to be over 6 inches from each other, but still positioned in a way where I've got my warlord somewhere so he could be within 6 inches of tanks in my turn if I move them, and try and make sure that I'm sort of hiding my acolytes and my warlord, slightly behind the vehicle, so hopefully he doesn't have line of sight to them, because it's very specific in terms of you can pretty much pick any point on the map, but it doesn't need to be visible to the flyers. So, for example, hiding my acolytes behind my Baneblade meant he can just target them super easily. And because obviously it's Scorched Earth, I decided to outflank my Death Riders, which is normally a very risky move. But I was like, if I can just get on that one objective at the back, then I've got a really good chance of, getting D3 extra victory points. So I did that as a bit of a risky strategy. turn one note, he does his like mortal wound bomb from his Night's Ives. They instantly kill all my Crusaders. And I think they ding off a bunch of wounds off of my infantry and my Demolisher tank. I think he prioritises my Demolisher tank and takes it out turn one. But by the end of turn one, I've lost quite a lot, especially if my infantry has been pretty decimated. And then his flyers are just going around being a real nuisance for the entire game. So he got first strike turn one. I didn't get anything. Turn one, turn two, we kind of draw neck and neck because we're both equally on objectives. He pretty much manages to move forwards onto the objectives, like the middle ones. So I'm sort of playing a slightly losing game of constantly trying to shoot him off stuff and really struggling. I do deep strike my, well, not deep strike, but outflank my Death Riders. One of them gets a lucky charge onto one of the Doomsday Arcs because they're right at the very back of the board in the corner, and they're sat right in behind one of the objectives. So I'm like, if I can kind of tag his vehicles and he can't escape, then hopefully I can't be shot at, and I'll be on the objective so I can burn it in the following turn. But it's really difficult to do, because I completely forgot or didn't realise that they have the fly keyword, so they can just move back. And he sort of just moves them in a way where they don't have to move very far. So one of them's still on the objective, one of them isn't. He then just shoots most of his army at my Death Riders and just blows them off the table. So I'm like, oh, okay, that was my one chance at getting that objective. So trying to do the Scorched Earth tactic is really, really difficult. And the other Death Rider squad tried to charge at his other objective that he had, because he only had like one or two immortals on the actual objective. Admittedly, he had a whole squad there, so he would have just taken them off from the back. But I was like, if I can get up and get to his Warlord, if I get say the Warlord, that would at least be something. If I could survive a turn or two, then I could get Linebreaker. But that basically didn't happen, and it was quite clear from turn one that it was going to be a bit of a losing battle. So I ended up losing that one. It was 6 victory points to 4.
Solid result there, Phil.
Yeah, I have to say in that one, I also took I was like, he's got 2 characters, right? I'll take the Vindicare Assassin, and it didn't really do too much. Like I mentioned, ding a few wounds off some of the characters, but I rolled an awful lot of 1s to wounds on with that Executioner's rifle, and it was a pain in the pain in the wherever.
A pain in the wherever.
Yeah, it was a pain. The Baneblade did solid work turn one. It took out 3 destroyers, which I was quite happy about, and he sort of was like, oh, I'm gonna have to deal with that next turn. And I thought on his sheet that he had 2 squads of 3 destroyers, but I was obviously wrong on that. They were 1 squad of 6 destroyers, because I was like, oh, at least I've killed something. And he was like, oh no, they're one big man, they're one big squad. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was too confident with the Baneblade in terms of I was shooting too many different things, and I should have just piled on all the guns into just 1 squad to try and just wipe it off. Because what happened the following turn is, 1 destroyer comes back with the resurrection protocols, and they're just like super tough. Like the regular infantry is really resilient. The flyers are obviously -1 to hit, so it was like it was hard work.
It
but
sounds it, man.
I just love the army. I liked the look of it, and it's since then I've been going, oh, I really do like Necrons. They're like a cool army. Like they look awesome. Yeah, but a bit of a shame I lost that one.
Yeah, man, sounds it. So on my side, I played against a guy who I can't remember the name of. I think his name began with an A, but I can't remember, to be completely sure. He was a nice lad. Chatted to him throughout the weekend, but obviously couldn't retain his name, and I didn't write down anywhere to refer to, so that's that. But nonetheless, played a guy, and he was running Genestealer Cult and Tyranids. The Genestealer Cult army consisted of a bunch of hybrids and a bunch of the Guardsmen variant of hybrid. He also had a bunch of snipery characters as well as Maguses and other, standard kind of GSC stuff that you would expect to see. Some Primuses and some other bits and pieces that were in there. What was really interesting was his Tyranid contingency, because he went for quite a lot of what I believe are called the exocrine, the large shooty bug. They're called exocrines, right?
That's right.
Again, painted really, really nicely. He had this kind of grey colour scheme that he had also kind of combined with some other really interesting features. In terms of the HQ detachments for his Tyranids, he had gone with a Malanfropter.
The forged one.
No, sorry. The floaty minus to hit guy.
Yeah.
The forged ones.
The forged one. That's him. The Malanfrope, and also he went with the brain bug that I can't remember the name of now either. But the
Zonobrook.
there you go. See, good thing I've got you guys here. But yeah, I mean, as a list, it was quite interesting. Oh, we had also a few biovores as well. As a list, it was quite interesting. It was a shooty Nid list. It was different, but in many respects, it was well suited to my army to get stuck right on into. So essentially, I went second with my list. And I actually went first. I was umming and ahhing whether going second was the right thing, but I decided in the end that I should go first, because when I was pre-measuring things, now what he essentially very sensibly was doing with his blip tokens was he was creating situations where I couldn't go within 9 of the blip tokens, and ultimately using that as screening, because the way blip tokens work is if you're going second as the GSC player, you only reveal the blip tokens after you're at the end of your opponent's movement phase. And why they are blip tokens, your opponent's army isn't able to enter within 9 inches of that. The mistake he made, and it was very, very slight, and I almost let him go first until I noticed it, was that I could actually be within 6 of one of his biovores, regardless of all this kind of stuff. And for my dev company, it's all about just getting stuck in and staying there. So as soon as you're in with them, that's really the sort of meat of it. So I decided to go first. He decided not to roll to seize the initiative. He just let me go first. And I full-on furied, or whatever it is, the stratagem that allows your dev company to move before the first battle round. Got them within 6 inches of these biovores. Wrapped the biovores early game. In my first combat phase, I didn't actually kill a single biovore. I just wrapped the whole squad up, and then in the and then all the rest of my army, kind of Singularity Guard and things that weren't in Deep Strike, hid behind a big central piece of terrain. So in his first turn, he had no line of sight to anything that he could shoot. And he also didn't have any option to shoot the dev company because they had already wrapped up the biovores. And then when I activated the dev company in his combat phase, or rather in his first turn, they killed all the biovores and then just went to town, basically running through the guy's army. I think at the start of my turn 2, which is when the points started getting scored, I clocked in 7 points in my second turn at the start, because I controlled my 2 objectives, the 2 middle objectives, and one of his. So the whole thing was just an absolute bloodbath for him from turn 1 onwards, and he just never got back into the mix with it. You know, he did very craftily attack some of my backline stuff with deep striking units, but yeah, the GSC never managed to get momentum, because wherever they went, the Singularity Guard followed them and just messed them up. And because so much of his army was made up of these big bug characters, I was just able to keep wrapping them up with characters and Death Company and Singularity Guard, and he just couldn't do anything. He was just constantly sort of on the back foot. And yeah, that was game one. I mean, in some respects, a terrible matchup for my opponent, an easy win for me. But, genuinely a really nice guy to play against, a nice way to kind of kick off the weekend chatting to a guy who's actually really, really nice fella to talk to, and gorgeous army list as well in terms of the look of it. So, yeah, I can't be more complimentary about the man and his army, but it just was the wrong... he just came up against the wrong guy, and he really suffered for it. So, there you go. First game, easy win. So, good times. Any questions about that game, or it seems pretty self-explanatory to me?
Yeah, it's pretty clean cut.
Yeah, absolutely. I won easy. Move on. So the second game that we played, Four Pillars, was our second game. I suppose I'm going to have to go first at some point, so I may as well start off going first this time. So my second opponent was a combination of Grey Knights and Mechanicum, or Mechanicus, sorry. So the gentleman's name was Lyle. I believe he's quite heavily involved with, or rather heavily attends SN Battle Report events, because he had lots of SN Battle Report dice and so on and so forth. And he was present at the evening gathering on the Saturday with all the SN guys, so I think that was pretty apparent. Really interesting character. A very kind of muddled start to the game, because when we kind of got to the table, he was panicking because he'd both lost his army list and his scorecard, which was very weird because obviously he was just seemingly having one of those days. His first comment to me was, "Don't worry, I don't have leprosy. Just super glue exploded all over my hands this morning." And I was like, okay. So here's this guy whose hands are covered in dried super glue, manically trying to find his army list and his scorecard from his previous game that he seemingly lost. So he was a bit of a whirlwind early doors, but not an unpleasant fella by any stretch of the imagination. And his army list was beautiful in terms of what it looked like. So in terms of what it was that swordy character that uses a demon blade, who I believe is called Crow. Castellan Crow. Castellan Crow, thank you. And he was joined, Castellan Crow, by the other big lordy bloke from the Grey Knights, who I can't remember the name of either, but him, with the storm shield and the power sword, and he's all warpy. Anyone got an idea what he's called?
Well, not the new plastic one, Voldus.
No, not the new plastic one. The old one with the storm shield and the sword.
Oh,
it's completely left my
I know
mind.
what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. Him. He's the big important one. He's not like whoever he is. He's big and clever. He had him. He had 3 units of different Grey Knight power armored squads as troops. And then on the Scutari Mechanicus side of things, he had a couple barges, so the transport variants of their new hovercraft, 3 Onager Dune crawlers, a couple dragoons with las cannons, and a bunch of dragoons with the assault variants, so the lances and all of that stuff, and then just lots of rangers, or more specifically, Scutari rangers was what he had.
I think for the Grandmaster guys, Caldor Drago.
That's him, yeah. Drago. That was the guy. So in this particular game, I went second against this guy. He was able to go first. I was fortunate in as much as I was able to hide a good amount of. Oh no, sorry, I'm forgetting this game entirely wrong. I went first against this guy, and I charged my Death Company into his dragoons with lances. He had a 4-man squad with lances, killed all of them in the opening turn, and then handed over hit to him, where he did a bit of sort of crafty movement. I then smashed my way into Drago with the Sankaruri Guard, and they managed to kill him, which was quite fantastic. And then I discovered the old Crow has access to a 3-inch smite that automatically does D6 mortal wounds. I had no idea he did this, but I discovered it when he went, see that Lamartes there? He's taken 5 mortal wounds. It's like, oh good. That's a lovely turn up for the books. So he managed to one-shot Lamartes with this ridiculous, crazy smite that Castellan Crow has. And then, yeah, the game was sort of all over the place. It was a bit mad. I definitely didn't gain early points leads in terms of the actual mission. But I was consistently, on top of the situation. And I always felt like I was somewhat in control, assuming the game continued to go the distance. And I suppose one of the more interesting elements of it is that we found ourselves in a situation where we were getting towards the end of our turn 3 and the clock had run quite a bit. And Lyle was quite interested in sort of being like, we should probably call it here. And I was like, well, and I was very keen to try and get a turn 4 out of it. Because even though, and again, it's one of those awkward situations because ultimately if we had called it a turn 3, I would have lost. But I didn't feel like it was a losing game because even though I knew I was behind in terms of pure points, I wanted to at least get a turn 4 in so as I could at least have an opportunity to go for the draw. So there was a lot of back and forth between the two of us about that because I was like, look, I've got Slay the Warlord, you don't. I could do some things to make it happen. I killed an awful lot of his army at this point. Final tally in terms of stuff I killed. I think he had a couple of things left at the end of this turn 4. So it was one of those situations where I was keen to let it go. And credit where credit's due to Lyle, he let me do it. And the net result of that was a draw, which was pretty reasonable. Observations and things I very quickly realised about this matchup. I was really fortunate to go first and destroy all the Dragoons. But also, the Onager Droom Crawlers are so good at killing my army because they do lots of shots. Well, not lots of shots, but they do a good solid amount of shots at high damage, high AP ratios, which is very, very strong at killing Sengunari Guard. And that was a really scary thing for me consistently, was my army constantly felt under threat. And I made a series of good decisions. Charging Drago was definitely a plus, because I managed to actually get the kill. But underestimating Crow was quite problematic for me because that guy does fight a lot and he has got a really devastating smite ability. And Lyle's army just out-trooped me. That's the reality of it. It was always going to be a bit of an uphill slog because he massively out-trooped me. And that's really what it came down to in the end. So, he was always holding more objectives than I was up until round 4. And I was only narrowly killing more stuff than he was throughout. So, yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we were both pretty happy with a draw. I think we both felt like it seemed like the most satisfactory and accurate conclusion to that particular game. But what did you guys think? I know you came over quite a bit during that one, Joe, because your game had finished early. Spoilers, but what was your opinion of his army and
well,
how
the first one surprised me, and actually surprised me about the whole event is even before the new Psychic Awakening came out, there were a lot of Grey Knight players there, and they weren't ever full Grey Knight armies. They were always like a small detachment. Or they were either the battalion part of the army, or they were the supreme command with 3 Nemesis Dreadknights. So it was nice to see that they were still getting some kind of gameplay. Which is good. And his army was really good and combined all the best parts of Admech and Grey Knights. It was really good. When I came over, I was like, this guy is erratic. I couldn't deal with it because there was just dice everywhere. But you're a very dice messy person as well, so I imagine you two were happy as Larry.
Yeah, between the two of us, it was a very messy game for sure. And I don't mean messy in the sense of the game itself, but I just mean in clutter and everything. Dead piles were going all over the place, and dice was, and again, I mean, I felt it was bad. It was bad from the outset for Lyle, not from a game perspective, but from a situation perspective, because he'd already come to the table quite flustered by the fact that he'd lost his army list, he'd lost his scorecard. He'd obviously been having a really rough day because, as he say, he'd had like a massive mishap with super glue in the morning. So nothing about it was especially chill from either of our perspectives, because we're both trying to get through it, we're both trying to get a game out of it, but at the same time had kind of rattled on just because we were chatting through stuff, and it just got a bit manic, as you say. Yeah,
I came over like an hour and a half in because my game had finished, and you two had only just started turn 2. And I was like, what on earth is going on here?
Yeah, it was pretty mad.
Weird. But, and then there was that weird rule situation where there was the contention between, like, whether you continue on when you've got, like, 15 minutes left, which is doable, because, like, I know a lot of people don't like starting a new turn when there's only, like, 10, 15 minutes left. With the amount of models that you still had on the table, which wasn't much, it was literally like 5-10 models each. But you can still play it. You can both play a 5-minute turn in that, and then talk the rest of it out, because it's kind of come to its conclusion. You can see where the game's going at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't need to talk it out based on the way the rules pack works. You're not allowed to kind of collude and try and continue on the game. You play it where it lays at the end, which is what we did. But it was that thing where I was like, it was like 20 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. So we can definitely get a turn 4 out of this. And I would feel more comfortable having 4 turns. You would probably feel more comfortable in retrospect having 4 turns. And that's where our consensus came to. I mean, he was right when he was like, we're not getting a full battle round out of this. And we didn't. I was very particular about what I did in my turn 4 in terms of what I moved into locations to shoot. But we resolved everything that had to be resolved. And we concluded turn 4 in what I felt was the most appropriate manner. The silly thing is that technically, I could have argued when we got to 5 minutes to go, which is about the point we ended it, I could have argued that actually I could get turn 5 in here and turned it into a win. But I didn't want to do that, because at that point I'm like, you know what? I think a draw satisfies both of us. At the end of the day, he had some very good early decisions and momentum. My army was always going to grind it out into a win eventually. But I took a long time playing through the things. He, took a long time at certain things as well. We were both as bad as each other in so many ways. And at the end of it, it was like, well, let's just call it a draw, because both of us are pretty content that seems like where it is. And that just seemed like the most simple solution to it, because, the game had just descended into madness, and the two of us went off and got a beer afterwards, and it was all very lovely, and he's a nice guy. I just think he was just having a very bad day. There you go. At this point, I'm on 1 win and a draw. I'm still feeling, okay, 1 win and a draw. You could still, get a top 3 on 5 wins and a draw. So it's not, it's not the end of the world. So Phil, what did you come up against in 4 pillars? How did it go for you?
Well, when you were talking about the glue incident, you gave me a flashback to game 1, where not my opponent, but the person on the table next to me had accidentally knocked one of my Lehman Russes off onto the floor, smashing it. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. Like, the turret had popped off, but it was just magnetized on. But a bunch of the tracks had scattered under the 4 corners of all the tables nearby. And him and my opponent and I think Nick, one of the Nicks from No Retreat, all kind of got on hands and knees and all looking around. And I managed to salvage all the tank parts. Because if I was missing just one track link, you're kind of done in a bit, because you can't easily get spares of those. But luckily I found it all, and in the lunch break I managed to glue it all back together again, so it's fine. Game 2 was against this other guy called Dan, and we were, at the table talking through our armies. And then, I'm trying to think what his name is. I want to say Warren, but it's not. The guy who does the live streams.
Yeah, it's Warren.
Was it Warren?
Yeah.
Yes. So he came up to us and was like, we really like your armies. Would you like to play on the live stream? And I was like, oh, okay. So we headed on over, had a quick chat with Nick Baton, who's another guy from Warhammer community, and he was involved in running the live stream as well. He talked us all through it. And then we sort of got started a bit late because Dan, my opponent, was talking me through each unit individually. And I was like, okay, all right, let's sort of crack on. He had an Elder, Dark Elder combo, which, if I remember, I didn't take many photos of the game, unfortunately. But he had 3 fire prisms, 1 hemlock, a massive unit of Dark Reapers, a lot of scouts, a lot of sort of the normal sort of troop choices, and I think that was sort of it. And a couple of characters, and yeah, that was sort of it. It's 4 pillars. We rolled off. I think I made my mistake of choosing to go first because I sort of felt like, I've got to go first because I've got to take out some of those fire prisms because they're just going to mince all my tanks. But what I soon realised is literally everything in his army is -1, -2 to hit. So the efficiency of my army is just tragic. And also my dice rolls were god awful the whole game. Turn 1 especially, where I think I did get first strike. I managed to kill 1 of the fire prisms, but it took my entire army shooting at it to try and kill it. And then in his turn, he moves his hemlock up and character snipes my warlord off the table. And I'm like, oh, dear God. It was quite a slow game. Weirdly, we only got 2 turns in, and I'm not quite sure how that happened. I think partly we were just being really careful about how we were playing, but also I think we started a bit late than we should have. And it got to about 10 minutes to go when, a bit like you're saying, where we finished that turn, and they were just because they've got a high turnaround or quick turnaround for the games, they were okay, you just have to sort of call it there when you get to it, rather than squeeze in a quick turn. But the first turn I got 1 victory point, he got 2. Second turn I got 1 victory point, he got 3. So I think it was clearly not gonna happen, because also he had the advantage. There was this big L-shaped piece of ruined terrain on his side of the map, so he put all of his fire prisms in there to try and keep them out of line of sight, and all of his infantry, and he had 1 objective sort of close by. So what happened is I still positioned my tanks turn 1 that I could shoot at his fire prisms, because 1 of them was sticking out. So I was okay, I can still target it. I'm fine. But what happened is every time I shot him off of that objective, he would just then pile on some more units out of that building onto that objective. And it's there was nothing I could do about it, because he would do that in his turn. Scoring's at the end of the battle round. So he'd be okay, I get more points because I'm on this objective. And I obviously can't target any of those units because I don't have anything that can shoot out of line of sight. So that was really frustrating. What I did do is I sent some Death Riders up to try and clear off them off that objective, which I did. And then I put my assassin down nearby to also clear that objective off, just in case the riders couldn't do it. But the riders did it. But then he just, shot them, and then he didn't need to charge in with his guys, so he could just move his guys onto that objective. The assassin, I took the Eversaw because I was he's got loads of troops. It's all about scoring objectives. So I was I'll do that one this time. But then what happened is I changed my mind, because I positioned it so it was he was 12 inches away, also 9 inches away from the squad on the objective, another squad that was sort of behind this big ruin, and also the warlord. And I was like, I might just be better off going for the warlord because it's an extra victory point. If I'm sort of out of the way, I could potentially get line breaker as well, which might swing it because it was, close-ish. But he had the 2-up invuln save. As soon as you fail it, you lose it. I was like, okay, I could do this though if he fails it early on, because it's like I'm getting 8 attacks. I think he had to make 7 or 8 saves, but he passed them all. So I was like, oh, okay. It just took the wrong assassin for that mission, I think. Yeah. Which, in a way, it was the right choice, but I got tempted to go for the warlord. If I hadn't gone for the warlord and got him stuck into some troops, maybe it would have been a different story. But I think I should have gone for the Calidus, which is something when I played the test game with Joe, I was like, I really like the Calidus. I really just need to pick that one more often. And I made all the mistakes of never taking that assassin on the weekend when I probably should have, because the ignore invuln would have been huge in this game. But it was a lovely chat. I completely forgot only troop score at one point, so he let me reposition some of my models that I had taken off when he was shooting at them, because he was like, oh, you've taken the ones off of the objective, so now you won't be scoring. You do realise that? And I was like, oh, I completely forgot. So he's like, oh no, put them back on. So it's a lovely chap. His army's really nicely painted, and it's not even finished yet. He's got this like void serpent paint scheme and all the tanks and stuff. And it was really lovely, being on the live stream. Everyone was like super welcoming and friendly. No Warhammer TV dice though, because that's not a thing anymore. So the set that you have is super, super rare.
There you go. It must have been really interesting, and I haven't actually gone back to listen to it or watch it yet, but it must be really interesting watching how they comment on your game, given the fact that you took 2 hours to get, or 2.5 hours to get 2 turns in. I'm eager to see
me too.
what they actually pad out your game with, because it doesn't sound like an awful lot actually happens in that time.
It was a really weird thing. It's like it felt like we were playing at a normal pace, but I think it's that thing of weirdly my army's even slower now to play because of the catch hand rule, because you're getting all these extra rerolls in, therefore you tend to be picking up more dice than you normally would. And I don't know why. I didn't take movement trays like I normally do, because actually not having movement trays gives you much better flexibility on positioning, which is really crucial for screening. But at the same time, it does slow the game down.
Massively.
One of the takeaways, especially because of that game, I was like, oh, geez, like I really need to just play a smaller army that's a bit more elite, so I can speed my games up. And I sort of want to go through and watch it, see what they say, but also like time it in terms of how long my deployment took versus like his, and how long each player took, because it didn't feel like either of us were taking longer than the other. I think it was just a bit of we were kind of enjoying ourselves, and it just ended up being a bit longer than it was meant to. I don't know if we started late particularly, but I think he was still talking me through his army when the clock had started like 5-10 minutes ago, so we didn't exactly on time. Which if we hadn't done that, then there might have been enough time to squeeze in another round potentially. But it sort of is what it was.
Is what it was, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Joe, how did your game 2 go, my man?
My game 2, after the bit of the pasting, was actually quite a nice reprieve. So I walked up to the table to a lovely man called Chris, and his Imperial Knight Army, which was brilliant. I was like, yes, the perfect enemy has arrived. And he had 3 Crusaders and 2 Moirax.
Oh yeah.
And that was his list.
Wow.
It was a beautifully painted army. It actually ended up going in to be nominated for one of the best painted. And we had what did we have? Frontline Assault, which is like pointy Dawn of War.
Yeah, yep.
And I rolled to go first. So I just split my army in two halves, knowing that if he did seize on me, he'd have to just pick a direction and go for it. And when he set up we kind of shuffled around the terrain, I let him place the terrain on his side. He had one big building in the middle and two on either side. And I just lined up both of my units of intercessors in between those three buildings. So he couldn't leave his deployment zone turn one.
Fabulous.
Yeah, so I just completely move blocked him into his own deployment. Turn one, I killed one of the Crusaders and dropped one down to half wounds, but because he was, Tyrannus, he just got one back up again on a 4-up with one wound, and the other one, and then he put it up to its full bracket, and then in response he killed like 2 units of intercessors, and that was about it. But I scored like 3 points in turn one. He scored none, apart from he got first blood. But obviously, because he had no infantry, 4 pillars is a mission that's completely moot to him, because he can't do any scoring, so he always has to go for kill more. Those Moirax, by the way, are really, really good. Like they're not brilliant against Space Marines, especially Space Marines in cover. But they put out like 12 shots.
Yeah, they're really good. Sixes do 3 hits.
Yeah,
they shred infantry for sure.
Yeah, so like if you're like an orc player, just crumples in front of it. They are really, really good, and I think if anyone's got a knight army, they should definitely get 1 or 2 because they're really good. Then turn 2, I killed the knight that had 1 wound left, killed the other one that I'd half wounded, and then half wounded the third one, and then continued to score more. But he killed like 2 or 3 units in response, so he was always getting the kill more. And then turn 3, I killed everything on the table.
Fabulous.
And it was done.
It was over.
It was over. And obviously, I was pretty happy. The one, he was a really nice guy. Obviously, I don't think he was very happy that he lost. No one's ever happy to lose. But he took it well. He took it like a champ.
Good lad.
We had a nice chat afterwards. And I just kind of bimbled around for an hour and a bit.
Indeed. Watching my game and Phil on the live stream, by all accounts.
Well, I kind of kept on wandering over. I didn't have much phone battery left, so I couldn't watch the live stream to find out what Phil was doing. So I had to send out messages to people so they very quickly respond and tell me how he was doing. And yeah, and that was it. That was my second game. It was quite nice.
So at this moment in time, Phil's on 2 losses. You've got a win and a loss, and I have a win and a draw. So in the tally of, the smallest dwarf, or rather the tallest dwarf competition, I currently am very casually, or ever so slightly ahead, but not by any meaningful amount. But nonetheless, that was game 2. So let's now talk through game 3, the last game of the Saturday. Which was Crusade, if I'm not mistaken. Crusade being the thing where 6 objectives go down and you score them at the beginning of your turn, starting from battle round 2 onwards. So I guess, Phil, who did you have in your game 3, mate?
So I had Brett Castles, who I believe is from Hailstorm Wargaming.
Okay.
Or at least is associated with them in some manner. He had a lovely Iron Hands list.
Oh, yeah.
That had 3...
That's a contradictory sentence.
Well, I know. It was... it was reasonably well painted. It was...
Brett's a very good painter. I I've known. I first met him when we went to that attrition tournament many moons ago. Yeah, lovely guy. Continue.
So he had 3 repulsor executioners that surrounded a Deredeo dreadnought with the old invulnerable bubble. He had, I think it was like 2 5-man squads of intercessors with the old stalker pattern bolt rifles, a captain, a lieutenant, and an apothecary, I think it was, or maybe it would be a tech marine, more likely a tech marine. And I think that was pretty much it. It was like super low model count. We had Vanguard Strike again. I won the roll off, so I got to go first. And I think that was the thing that swung this mission. It was almost like a he who goes first wins type scenario. I just rolled incredibly well on my shooting because I was like, first thing I need to do is kill the Deredeo dreadnought. So I sort of split my shots around. To kill that, and then once that was dead, like, I'm going to kill one of the repulsors. And for all of my kind of Cast-Chan rolls and getting to re-roll, I pretty much got on average 8 to 10 shots every time with every tank in almost exclusively every round of the game. So the dice rolls made up for my bad dice rolls in the previous game. His dice rolls were pretty terrible because he couldn't make any of his feel no pain saves. So yeah, it was a weird sort of like whitewash. So turn 1 took out the as I said, Deredeo and a repulsor. His return fire though was incredibly painful because he's able to hit on 2s with the repulsor. I don't know if that was both of them or just one of them due to an ability, or it's like an aura. I couldn't quite remember. But if he had gone first, he would have easily taken my stuff out because I think he managed to take out the Demolisher tank, which was like the wisest choice. But then in my second turn, I got to take out another one of his repulsors, which instantly meant he was starting to run out of firepower, basically. So first turn we got a victory point. Second turn I got 2, he got 1. And then in the third turn, it was like I was charging my horses in to the infantry that had come out of the repulsors, and then I managed to shoot in that final turn his last repulsor off the table, and I still had a decent amount of points left on the table. And at that point, he conceded because he was like, "I've got nothing left." He just had some infantry and some characters. I had taken the Vindicare Assassin, so I was trying to snipe his characters, which I could do because as soon as that first repulsor had been destroyed, I could then see the characters because they're basically all hiding behind the repulsors. But again, didn't kill anyone particularly with the sniper. But I managed to do a few wounds here and there, but nothing important or swingy that would change the game in any shape or form. I lost like 664 points. I didn't write the total of his because obviously he conceded, so it was like 1750. But he didn't have much left on the table afterwards, so I felt really bad for him because it was such a whitewash of a game. And it was like the dice were really bad for him and really good for me. But it was nice to get a win in at the very least, especially against such what is perceived to be like a really hard list. Yeah.
No, I mean, that's incredible, man, to have actually come away with a win against something that, from the outset, I think we'd all pretty safely assume was going to run through you. To actually defeat that is pretty awesome. Yeah,
it was. It kind of boggled me originally. It's like, oh, why is this going so well? I don't know. I think obviously maybe a combination of the mission made it well, I don't think it would have even been down to the mission because ultimately it was like it was almost going to be a tabling, like by turn 4 or 5 if we got there.
Yeah.
Just because it's like his firepower's just sort of in those 3 units. So once they'd gone, he hasn't got much left.
Yeah. Mate, good on you. Good skills. I mean, that's a reasonable result, I would say, at this stage of things. So you're 1 for 2 now, or 2 for 1, I suppose, in the former being losses, I suppose. But still, man, I mean, it's good to come away with a win on day 1. For myself, I played against a Danish chap who I can't remember the name of, but really, really nice guy, really beautifully painted army. I know that's somewhat of a standard series of statements that I make, but, this very much was the case. He had a Mars Mechanicus army. So he had Belisarius Call. He used a load of the different barges or the hovercraft. So he had a load of them as transports, and he also had the gun hovercraft as well, the heavy weapon variant that are very, very potent. Inside of the transports, he was positioning large units of electro priests. He also had the infiltrators squad, which is the guys with the very kind of big sort of spidery legs, but they've got these pistols that shoot like 5 times each.
They're really good. Rust Stalkers.
No, not the Rust Stalkers. The alternate to the
Infiltrators.
Yeah, the Infiltrators. Yeah, so they were pretty amazing. He had a bunch of Skitarii, Ranger squads, a couple Onaga June crawlers, and I mean this list in so many ways, and it's crazy to think about it, but this list in so many ways was such a fantastic counter to what I brought. Add into that the fact that I went second against this guy. I just wasn't able to get my momentum built whatsoever. I literally was never really ever in the driving seat in this game. This guy had an answer to everything I threw at him, and not to mention he also was very, very good at protecting all of the most vital elements. So Belisarius Call I couldn't even get into until about like turn 3, turn 4, once I'd been able to get my Captain Smash through a few bits and pieces. Essentially, my only real objective in this game was to kill Belisarius Call at the end, because I was like, that's what I want to achieve out of this. I don't care about any other part of this game. I am going to kill that guy, and I did achieve that goal, which is really the kind of highlight for me. But this guy, he knew this army really well, he played it really well, and he just didn't allow me to at any point gain control of the game or the broader situation. That being said, the overall win result for him wasn't massive. I think he was only like 2 victory points up in the end, because I managed to do some dodgy kind of, not dodgy, but some crafty moments where I managed to shoot things off objectives and hold them down for a period of time. But even then, man, it was all me trying tricks to try and get something resembling a respectable result. But yeah, this guy was just beating me with a stick the whole way through the game. I just couldn't do anything. And credit where credit's due to electro priests, those things are absolutely bonkers. Like, they only have 2 attacks each, but they're -3, 2 damage apiece. I think any 6s to wound are doing mortal wounds. If they kill anything, they get a 3-up invulnerable save, which just makes them unbelievably durable. So I think, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, the electro priests were the perfect counterpunch to the aggression of my army. And yeah, this guy just played it really, really well. I mean, early game I got some little moments killing off a few units here and there, but nothing meaningful. And yeah, at the end of that round, he very, very, convincingly handed me my first loss of the weekend. And, it was one of those things where he obviously came away from day one with 2 wins and a draw, because like me, he had also won one and drawn one. That's the reason we were playing each other. But he came away with 2 wins and a draw, and honestly, I couldn't have necessarily been happier for the guy, because he was really thrilled to have achieved that. And you know, he'd really played his heart out to get that result, and again, very good player, very nice looking army, played it really well. I couldn't do a thing against it, and you know, it was a really nice game to end the Saturday on, because you know, I think once you get to the end of that, you can feel quite drained after the 3rd game, but playing someone like that is always good. So there you go. Really enjoyed playing him. It's a loss, is what it is. Any thoughts or feelings on that, guys?
Those Electro Priests are no joke. They do mortal wounds as well, don't they?
Yeah. No, if you roll a 6 to wound, he was saying that they did D3 mortal wounds. I've not since fact checked that, so if he was doing that,
they do D3 mortal wounds.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And they can get they get like exploding 6s to hit and stuff like that. And they get, I don't know if you can take the data tether with them, which gives them like +2 to hit in combat as well, which means that their D3 mortal wounds are going off on 4s. It's super good. Yeah. They do a lot of damage, and they'll mess you up.
The infiltrator squads as well. So there's a stratagem where you can make the infiltrator squads do mortal wounds on 6s to wound.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely bananas, because he goes, here's my 10-man unit of infiltrators. Now they're going to shoot you
50 times.
50 times. Any 6s to wound will be a mortal wound. It's like, oh my God. It was horrific. I mean, yeah. No, massively underestimated what the Mechanicus could do in this matchup. Never really got into the momentum of the game. And ultimately, yeah, even though it was a massive loss from a points perspective, in terms of what I killed of his, I maybe killed like 600 points worth of stuff, and he tabled me. So, yeah, he just absolutely handed me my rear end, which was very kind of him. But there you go. So, yeah. Now I've played the board. I've got 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw.
You're perfectly average.
Perfectly average at this point. How's about you, Joe? How did you conclude the day?
So my last game of the day was a nice one. I played against James that Phil played against with his Necrons. And if you ever need an example of how good that mortal wound stratagem that the Quatons have, if you ever need an example of the best way they're happening, look no further than his first turn. My God. So, Phil's already gone over his list. You've got the 3 planes, big unit of mortals, 3 big units of mortals, big unit of destroyers, 2 barges, Stormlord, Lord, and Lord. So he gets to go first. He wins a draw. I can't seize. So he moves all his infantry forward, grabs objective. In the middle of the table is this massive oil refinery type building-y thing. The big semicircle that came with the kill team with the thing in the middle. He plonks all of his destroyers on there and then moves all of his planes into my deployment zone. And then does this strat. Which does, we pick a point and all units within 3 inches or whatever it is, or D6 inches, receive 3d3 mortal wounds on the roll of a 4 up or a 5 up, depending if it's a character or a unit. He proceeds to kill my apothecary, my chaplain, a full unit of infiltrators, half a unit of intercessors, and 2 centurions.
Is that all?
And then Imhotep goes, blah, lightning, more lightning, and then he kills off one of my whirlwinds. And I'm just like, awesome.
I'm having fun.
So this was like, I was like, please stop. Just stop this now. This insanity. And he goes, I'm going to do my shooting phase now. And I'm like, brilliant. And then he kills off another Centurion for the lols.
Of course, why not, eh?
But luckily my banner survived. So those Centurions killed the nearest unit of, basically one half kills one of his planes, and the other two that he killed 9 Immortals out of one unit.
Solid.
In response. So I kind of felt like I got a bit back. Well, shows I still got teeth, you know? And it was horrible, basically. Because I was like, don't do that again. I don't need this to happen to my army again. And I'm quite scared, and I'm a bit shocked. So comes my turn. I kind of tentatively wander my leftover army onto the objectives, and then my Centurions just decide to go, we're going to kill everyone now. So I killed 2 of the planes, 2 units of Immortals, and my leftover 13. My leftover 15 intercessors kill all of the destroyers.
All, you say?
Or that big unit of 7 or 8, the big unit of 6, just dead. I was just like, I'm not going to pick different units. I'm just going to roll 15 dice on that unit, and we're just going to go for it. And I think I rolled 7 or 8 sixes for the exploding. So I was like, wow, this is a good start. And that stood next to my captain, who gives reroll 1s to wound as well. So yeah, they just wiped them off the table. He was like, oh, this is a problem. And then from then on, it was just a bit of an uphill struggle for him, and he couldn't really claw back because his turn 2, he tickled some infantry and half wounded he killed my second whirlwind. Just killed that off with his leftover plane and his big destroy arky tanky thing. And then in my turn, I just killed his plane, killed all the rest of his infantry, and then just started to work on his 2 tanks. And by then, he just couldn't catch up, and he was done. But lovely guy, and he went out for dinner with us afterwards. So I bought him a drink afterwards as well. I was like, "You need this after what just happened."
It's quite interesting, though, isn't it, when you're in a situation where it seems like very early on that a win is relatively inevitable, or that a loss is relatively inevitable, and it doesn't actually turn out that way. It's quite an interesting aspect of the game, really.
It swung super quickly. It was just one of those games where we just both had mass destructive firepower, but mine just did more, kind of thing. And the problem for the Necrons is that their effective range is about 24 inches, whereas that 24 to 36 range, that whole 12 inches, is the sweet spot for my army, kind of thing. Once you come into there, you're dead. And that was it, really. But it was a lovely guy, lovely game, and I ended the day 2 for 1.
2 for
Happy
1.
Day.
That's good.
So, for those of you not keeping score, Joe is at 2 for 1. I'm 1-1-1, and Phil is also 2 for 1, but the opposite type of 2 for 1 that Phil has, or rather Joe has. So, at this moment in time, Joe is top banana, top of the list, going in to day 2. But before day 2 occurred, obviously we did go out in the evening, didn't we, guys? We enjoyed a pleasant evening out with the various people that associated themselves with the SN Battle Report, which was all good fun. Joe, did you have a good time hanging out with the SN Battle Report peeps?
I had a really good time, although I didn't actually get to sit next to or near them in any way, because there was about 40 of the 75 people that went to this event all crammed into this this harvester type place that we went to.
It's true.
I got to sit on the table with James, the Necron player, and his friend who Phil subsequently plays. Spoiler alert.
Spoilers.
And we had a good chat, and I sat next to another guy called Ben Jones, who it's the first time I've met him, but I know he's going to a lot more other events, and I know he did quite well with an Eldar army. So it was a nice, good evening of just chatting and drinking and eating cooked meats.
It was rather lovely. I got to chat to the fella who had the really gorgeous Death Watch army, which was rather inspiring because he was an incredible painter. And he was there with a mate of his who wasn't actually playing in the tournament, but was a very good painter as well. And there was some guy associated with SM Battle Reports who loves word bearers. So that was
I think that's DC, I think his name is.
Oh, DC.
I think that's what it is. I'm not 100%. I've only...
Yes, it is. It was so in our last game, him and Paulie were in between me and you, Phil.
Oh. There you go.
And then, very nice Death Watch armies. I think it's Damien Pedley. I think is or Damon Pedley is one of the two. You can check him out on Instagram because his army's bloody gorgeous.
Yeah,
and
he's a really nice bloke to chat to as well. Very, very humble, very open, very chatty. So no, it was a real privilege to spend some time in their company. And then, Phil, you were literally just sat next to me, weren't you? You were on the same table.
I was with you, and on the other side was Paulie with his Mr. Dark Elder himself.
Indeed.
It was all right. Different from what we usually do, because normally we kind of just go and do our own thing Saturday evening and hang out with Sean, who's our local boy from Nottingham that we know. But he was ill that weekend, unfortunately, so we decided to join the more sociable crowd.
Indeed.
Which it was a bit mad in terms of waiting around for food and stuff, but it was good otherwise.
Well, indeed. I mean, I hated it, Phil. Terrible use of our time. No, I joke. It was it was cool. It was a nice change of pace, and then back to the Airbnb, up at the crack of dawn again for another fine day of gaming. So day 2, we kick it off with what I believe is called Lockdown. The mission where there are 6 objectives numbered 1 through 6. People roll off. You then roll off to determine what objective 2 through 5 are. And you and your opponent decide the location of objective 1 and then subsequently objective 6. So essentially objective 1 and objective 6 never go away. But objectives 2, 3, 4, 5 always disappear at the start of the corresponding battle round. So at battle round 2, objective 2 goes away, battle round 3, objective 3, and so on and so forth. There is a couple of stipulations in this mission. Most notably, it is obviously every objective is worth 1 victory point, but if you control double the amount of objectives, not double, sorry, if you control more objectives than your opponent, you gain 1 additional victory point for holding more than your opponent. So every objective is worth 1, but if you hold more than your opponent, that is also worth 1. So if I held 3 and Joe held 2, I would get the 3 for holding the 3, and then at the end of the battle round, I would get 1 for holding 1 more than Joe did. That's as simple as it gets. And on the topic of Joe, who did you play, Joe?
So I played a very nice Danish man called Jeppe, Jeppe.
Geppetto.
Jeppe. I'm going to butcher it.
Geppetto.
He was a lovely man with a beautiful Harlequins army, and he also got nominated for a best army, which was very good.
Crikey.
So I actually did a good job of playing against some really nice armies this weekend. And Lockdown is kind of like one of the more perfect missions for Harlequins, because they could be everywhere, all over the table. And we ended up playing Hammer and Anvil, so the really long deployment. So for this mission, terrible for my army, because my army doesn't move. And I ended up with objectives 6, 2, and 3.
6, 2, and 3.
6, 2, and 3. and he had 1, 4, and 5.
I mean,
So
that's quite
immediately-
advantageous, isn't it, for him?
Not a brilliant start for me. And then he went first, got up close, but unfortunately failed every single one of his psychic tests, which involved double moving and stuff. And his shooting didn't really go brilliantly. And he was running 2 6-man units of bikes, and then the rest of his army was just Harlequin troops in Void Weavers. And he had 2 troop masters and 2 shadow seers and a solitaire. So it was just a very infantry heavy army with lots of vehicle like transports. And in response, I killed all of his bikes, 2 boats, and about 2 troop squads.
It's pretty
So
reasonable.
it was a really, really good start for me. We both scored 3 each. Both got first blood because he killed
First
like
strike, Joe. First strike.
first strike because he's managed to kill a unit of infiltrators in his turn. And then obviously turn 2, the first one of my objectives disappears, and he manages to get into my army, do lots of attacking, but obviously attacking Space Marines in combat with the Harlequin's army. It does a lot of damage, but not as much as you'd hope, kind of thing anymore. Because it used to be devastating, but now you'd be like, transhuman physiology, the best you can wound me is on 4s or 5s. And even though you're -2, I've still got like a 5-up save and 2 wounds. So he kind of ran in and bounced off, and then everything that charged me kind of just died in response. So that was in his turn. In my turn, I didn't have much left to shoot at, so I killed what was like near me that was available. But then at the end of the turn, he's holding more, so he gets a point, and he's got 3 objectives at the start of turn 3. So he's already like starting to just slowly go higher and higher than me. Because I didn't have that much left on the table, I was like, oh, I'm in a good position now because I can start clearing off. And then his solitaire comes in, and he is a crazy fool, as we all know. Because
he is crazy, but he's no fool, Joe.
he's no fool. He comes in and he just wrecked face. He just killed everything he touched, and he couldn't fail a save. And for some reason, I either couldn't hit him, and the ones that did hit didn't wound. And that became a problem very, very quickly for me because I wanted to deal with stuff that's in the back line, like holding his objectives. But the problem was I had this guy coming in, touching and caressing stuff, so stopping my artillery from shooting, stopping my centurions from shooting, and then falling back and charging something else. So he could tied me up for like 2 more turns with just this one character, and it was just, and he managed to kill off my warlord and a chaplain and stuff.
Wow.
Then he just slowly crept ahead on points, and I eventually, turn 5, I killed everything on the table. I managed to get rid of the solitaire, but he'd gone too far. If the game had gone on for another turn, I would have obviously held an objective, which meant I would have held more. But it would have needed to go on for turn 7 to draw, kind of thing. So it was just one of those. It was a really good game because he the whole time was like, "I'm going to lose, because you're just killing all my stuff." I was like, "Yes, I'm going to kill all of your stuff, but there's no way I can catch up with you now." And it really showed a glaring flaw with my army. That with the Warhammer World event, like tournament pack and the missions, you need an army that can go out and grab objectives whenever needed, and that's not something that my army is capable of doing.
Yeah, it is a very real problem with the Space Marines. I think, again, within an ITC style format where you can tailor your secondaries and build a strategy around blowing away your opponent.
If it was ITC, I would have gone something like, Butcher's Bill, kill 2 units a turn. I can do that. Headhunter, because you've got 4 characters. I can do that. Like old school, get first blood, line breaker, which I could have done because I actually managed to get a unit all the way across the table just by just ridiculously advancing it all the time. And that's like last blood, kill something in the last turn. So I would have maxed out those, and it's always kill more, hold more, which meant I would have done brilliant in that game.
Yeah,
but because it's a World tournament and it's Warhammer World missions, it just didn't work. And that's something that I didn't have the foresight to kind of plan into my list before. But yeah, so it was a well-deserved win for him.
No, absolutely, man. I mean, in some respects, as we've sort of said multiple times before, though, that's what I really like about the Warhammer World format and the Eternal War missions, because ultimately it rewards a player who is able to sort of be active in lots of different turns and is able to use sort of tactical nuances to secure victory by hiding and running around and capturing objectives and doing all sorts of stuff. And I think had you not had such a successful couple turns of blowing him away, you probably would have found that you would have probably have stopped to think about what it is that you needed to do to actually start to address what was going to be the long-term problem.
Where you kind of get overconfident, like this is easy, I'm just blowing units off the table.
Yeah.
But then you don't. It's not like I lost sight of the mission. It's one of those like I don't have the tools to deal with this right now because fists don't deal well with highly aggressive armies that are in your face, and that's what Harlequins do. They advance and charge, double moving bikes, double moving troop squads. They come in and lock you up, and then you're in trouble.
No, absolutely, man. Well, there you go. A loss for old Joe. Sad times there. Phil, did you do any better?
Well, it started off where I was actually waiting around for my opponent for quite a while because no one had turned up.
Unbelievable.
I know. I think the problem was it was a really early start on Sunday, and normally Sundays are a much later start than a Saturday. So I think that threw people off. And then when my opponent turned up, it was James from my game one, and I was like, "Well, this is a bit odd."
Yeah.
So we, speak to tournament organizer and ended up sort of swapping tables with someone else. And it was a Tau player, and I was like, "Oh, okay, Tau, great."
Yep, good.
Yeah, so it was kind of a classic Tau army. His name was Jack, by the way, and I think he was friends with James, maybe.
He was friends with James.
He was, yeah.
That's a Harvester.
Yes, so he had quite a lovely army. It was like a Riptide. It was 4 broadsides, I think 3 suit commanders, a bunch of Pathfinders, I think an Ephriel or 2, and obviously a bunch of drones. And they all had little stickers on the bases to mark out the different squads because there was a ton of them. And I was like, oh, and I won the roll-off. It was Spearhead Assault. I sort of elected to go second purely because of the mission format is you score at the end of your turn, but in terms of getting that extra bonus for who's got the most objectives, that happens at the end of the battle round. And after my last game, I sort of learnt my lesson in terms of, actually, it's more important for me to go second. So he deployed, took a while because he's just got loads of stuff, and it got to the point where he was like, oh, I've just got these few to do. Do you want to just get going? And I was like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So we could get on the way. He'd sort of clustered most of his stuff up in the middle, but sort of spread a few things out on either end. In terms of the objectives, I had 3, 4, and what's the other one? 6. And then he had the others. 5 was sort of slightly more towards the middle. But out in the open, but it's still kind of closer to his side. And the others were pretty much sort of behind buildings, so sort of tucked out of the way. And the way he deployed, obviously, everything was clustered together. So I was like, oh, for 4 CPs, I could do cyclonic torpedoes. That would be a laugh, wouldn't it? And I was like, no, I won't do that. And I elected to use the, not the take cover stratagem, but the be in cover prepared positions.
Yeah.
I was like, even though he's got loads of marker lights that can remove cover, I might as well spend it just to be on the safe side and sort of make him spend those marker lights. I'm not really sure if that's the best way of going about it when it comes to Tau, or just letting them have it.
No, I think that is the best way of going about it. Anything that influences the way that your opponent has to spend their resources, be they marker lights, command points, or any others, is always very, very important, especially to an army like the Guard, because I think that's one of the more interesting elements of Guard is the fact that you guys have got lots of disposability in your army. You're not too precious about certain elements, and that isn't necessarily the case for others. So anything you can do to increase the cost of killing a guardsman is important, I would say.
Yeah. I also took the Eversort Assassin because he's got lots of troops. So I was like, okay, this will hopefully help me clear out some of that chaff. He went first. I tried to position all my vehicles sort of behind a line of sight blocking building, so hopefully his broadsides and riptides won't be able to get in either in range or have line of sight on it. So I deployed, I think, really far back, sort of 36 plus, almost like 40 inches in some cases, to be like just really outside of the range of most of his guns. So that sort of turn one forced him to like move forwards. I think he could shoot only a few things. I think he still managed to. Did he manage? I think he did manage to kill my demolisher tank. Turn one. I'd obviously spent 2 CPs, so I was down to 3. So I was like, in my turn, I can't do cyclonic torpedoes. But I did luckily gain one back in his turn from Korov's Aquila. So at the start of my turn, I'm like, oh, should I do this? Oh, I might as well. Let's be frivolous, because in the other games, I've realised even with 5 CP, I don't really need the CP to do anything in terms of like interesting strategies. So I do cyclonic torpedoes. I roll an absolutely huge roll for distance. It's 2d6. So you pick a point on map, roll 2d6. I think I got 9. So that pretty much hits his entire army. And then on a 4-up, you do D3 mortal wounds. So I was like, oh, this could be interesting. So we start going from right to left. So the first squad, I kill like 3 Pathfinders. Second squad, I kill like 2 Pathfinders. And I'm like, okay, I'm on a roll. And then when it comes to the drones, it's like, I don't kill any. And then all the other drone squads, I don't kill any. And I'm like, oh, God. And then it gets to the Riptide. I don't do any wounds on that because I don't think that it affects the Riptide, but characters go off on a 5-up rather than a 4-up. The broadsides don't do any mortal wounds on that either. And then I managed to kill like 2 more Pathfinders at the very end. So ultimately I killed maybe 6 to 8 Pathfinders, and that was it. And I was like, oh, what a waste of CP. It was fun to do and interesting and sort of a perfect target to go up against, but I just didn't roll very well for those 4-ups, which was a real shame because I started on a really good roll. The first few rolls were all doing damage. So that was a bit unfortunate. And I also made a bit of a mistake turn 1 because I was like, okay, I can blow him off of a couple of his objectives because he's just got some Pathfinders on them. I need to sort of forget about the drones and the broadsides and just focus on those 2 because then that stops him scoring at the end of the battle round. And then I completely forgot about that when it came to my turn. I moved my Baneblade up to shoot at one lot of Pathfinders, but in doing so, that the building that I was sort of next to blocked the line of sight to the other squad, so I had no way of dealing with them, although I did sort of slingshot up my Death Riders, sort of go up and deal with them, even though they were kind of on the far side. And ultimately that was objective number 2, so it was a bit of a wasted sort of effort because by the time the second turn came around, that objective disappeared, so those Death Riders didn't really need to have gone up in that direction. Turn 1, we both. I got 3 victory points. He got 4 because he also got first strike. I ended up throwing everything into the broadsides to just try and kill the drones because I was like, I just need to start mincing through the drones as much as possible. Ultimately, because I completely forgot about prioritizing the Pathfinders. Which was a bit of a mistake. Turn 2, though, it sort of swings around. I managed to get 4 victory points to his 2. My Eversaw drops down, minces a load of the Pathfinders. I've got a few Death Riders still going up the board.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, turn 3 though, it's he gets 2, and basically what happened is there was about 20 minutes to go, and we were finishing off his turn 3, and he's like, I really need to get 2 turns in, and I'm like, oh, okay, because I think at that point I assumed I was losing and didn't actually realise we were almost going for a draw. And he's like, oh yeah, we really need to get two more turns in, or 2 turns in. And I was like, okay, but it's like, it's his turn, and then proceeded to spend the next 20 minutes finishing off his turn. So I think, or at least it was 10-15 minutes, so I had like the last 5 minutes to finish off my turn, at which point I didn't really have to do anything, because we'd already talked about it in terms of we would be drawing, and he had managed to kill one of my squad of Death Riders to stop me from getting Line Breaker. But actually, I still had I had the Death Rider commander behind them, so he couldn't actually target the Rider commander from his shooting of his broadsides. So that was still alive. So my turn, I literally was like, okay, I move here, I do a move and give myself an order to move, so I can move in advance. So it's like, okay, I plonked him right up his side of the board, so I can get Line Breaker now. And then that I'd won the game. And he was like, oh, okay. And afterwards, I could tell he was quite disappointed, because he kept saying, oh, if we just got like another turn in, I would have won. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, but there's nothing we could really do about it, because we'd clearly run out of time and there was no time to do another turn. And also, he was quite adamant that he was going to win, but that's not necessarily how it would have necessarily played out. I mean, he still had a lot of his big stuff alive, but so did I. Ultimately, I'd only killed 277 points of his, but he'd only killed 550 of mine. So it was a very, like, low damage game, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If our game had started a bit earlier, like on time, then we would have got another turn in and we could have seen how it would have played out. So I sort of felt quite bad, because he kept saying, oh, if we just got one more turn in, I would have won. And I was like, okay, but there's nothing I can do about it at this stage, when you're asking me sort of 20 minutes before the end of the game.
Yeah.
So that was that. I mean, it was an all right game. The Eversaw did some stuff, killed some units, but then just got shot to death afterwards. It's a bit painful fighting Tau, because the drones are just so good. Everything survives, and he just rolled a crazy amount of like saves on his drones. Like, I would spend like the first turn shooting at them, and I wouldn't even kill a single one. It was like crazy how good he rolled, basically. But that, not a lot you can do about it. And it was almost like a fluke that I managed to get a win out of that, because I wasn't expecting to.
I mean, it did sound ever so slightly fluky, but thing is, though, man, I mean, again, if he's going to turn up to the table late and this stuff is going to go the way it's going to go, if it's called time, right? I mean, it's time. I know we were talking about this already with my game too, but you got to try, obviously. But there's a limit. Yeah. There's a limit to how much you can do. Ultimately, if the guy's saying to you 20 minutes ago, well, I need to try and get as many turns in as possible, then he needs to take the steps in order to ensure that his turn is done and dusted in like 5 minutes, so as then he can enable you to carry on.
And I was quite happy to have sort of done that. I was like, you do your turn, and then we'll see how much time we've got left. And then like 10 minutes later, he was like, oh, we're not going to get another turn in, are we? And I was like, I doubt it, because there's not much time left now. And he was still finishing off his turn, because I think he was trying to like kill as much stuff as possible, or trying to kill the stuff on objectives, and sort of failed. He'd slingshot one of his Tau suit commanders up into sort of onto one of my objectives, my objective 6, and then I'd like charged in with my Inquisitor, my Demon Host, to try and deal with him. And it was like, so there was lots of stuff going on. It wasn't like it was just I'm making these few moves. I mean, he was like moving his Riptide up to get Line Breaker, which he did, because I obviously just couldn't kill it. And stuff like that. So, the following turn would have been really interesting if we could have played it out, but we just, ran out of time. So that was that, I guess.
Yeah, indeed, man. Sounds that way.
I'd say, like, unfortunately for him, like, because obviously because you only played the 3 turns, like Tower very much a long game kind of army. They're all about surviving, just not taking any damage whilst putting the damage out.
Yeah.
So they kind of like slowly crawl across the table. So the goal of the Tau army is to have more stuff on the table turn 4 and 5 than your opponent. And then that gives you the freedom to kind of like spread out and grab objectives. But because you didn't get that far, I think he really suffered.
Yeah, I guess there's a problem of, like, he has a really big sort of horde-esque army, and then I have a similar one in terms of we both have an awful lot of units that are doing an awful lot of shooting every turn, so there's just a lot of stuff going on. But again, it was that thing of, and after like the sort of slow game of the game 2 on the stream, I'm just much more aware that, like, next time I've got to take a much smaller army just to try and speed the game up any way possible.
I wouldn't say smaller. I'd probably say more streamlined. So like you've got lots of different types of units in your army, whereas maybe you need to take more of the same, if that makes sense.
Yes, no, I completely agree. Like, taking things like the Crusaders and the Inquisitors sort of very fun and interesting, and it does give me much more of a dynamic range of abilities that my army can do, but ultimately it really slows the game down because they all do really unique individual things, and sometimes I'm like, oh, I can't remember that stat, let me just look it up, and that always adds time on, whereas, you know, just taking 60 plus infantry on movement trays would be an awful lot quicker because they're pretty bog standard in terms of what they do.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Interesting results there, guys. So on my side of things, I played against a Astra Militarum army, which was essentially the Vestroians comboed up with the Cadians. Lots of tanks, lots of infantry. We've already sort of touched on this earlier on in this segment, but yeah, this guy running this army certainly seemed like a very interesting character and definitely an interesting army. So he had Vestroian destroyer tanks, which were quite incredible. So this is the demolisher tank. So this is the 24-inch strength 10 AP minus 3 D6 damage gun. Does that sound about right, Phil?
-4 if it's
-4. Sorry, yes.
I'm pretty sure demolishers.
But because it was Vestroian, it's actually range 30. Is that correct?
Yeah, you get like an extra 6 inches with them.
Yeah, which was pretty crazy.
Which is really good. You also get, and it's sort of almost worth me, you know, one of the reasons, because I spoke to that guy and he was like, you should take your stuff as Destroying because then I can, for like 1 CP, get +1 to hit on 1 unit, which is fantastic on, you know, the Baneblade, for example.
Yeah, big time. Big time. I mean, and this is the thing, he had he had not the Shadow Sword, but the Bane Sword. Is that correct? Or the Shadow Bane, something like that?
Oh, I thought it was the Shadow Sword when I looked at it, but yeah, he might.
It wasn't the Shadow Sword, it was the Shadow Bane or the Bane Sword.
Bane Sword is a tank.
That's what he went for. And then he had a bunch of infantry, a bunch of Lehman Russ commanders, just a bunch of tanks and a load of infantry and so on. So in terms of where objectives were, I kind of deployed objectives all over the place, but the way the deployment ended up working is we ended up with table quarters, and I was the defending player, so I chose the table quarter with a nice big piece of terrain that I could basically hide the majority of my army in, which was wonderful. And then he still chose to go first, even though it probably would have been advantageous for him to go second in this matchup, given that he had no targets turn 1. But he went first, moved his stuff into position, scored 3 victory points early doors, to which then I'm immediately just on him straight away. And I drop loads of infantry, send scout squads around, wrap a unit with a scout squad, and then the Security Guard and the Death Company just go to work munching through all the other infantry, and then once their munching has kind of concluded, they then kind of go back and touch base because of how I deployed and snaked all these units round. The one unit that had managed to get wrapped. So effectively, I'd gone in and killed like 30-something plus guardsmen in the opening turn, and then everyone who had done all the murdering had just basically gone, and now I'm within an inch of a unit, so you can't shoot me. Yay, fun. So his response to that is, well, I'm not going to shoot you. I'm going to charge you with my big Lord of War using, what's that stratagem where they get to have loads of attacks, reroll hitting, reroll wounding, it's all sorts of madness. What's that called again, Phil?
Pressure.
Is in close combat with the
close
attacks?
combat, yeah.
That's crush them is you always hit on a 2+.
That's the one.
But a super heavy does 9 attacks at strength 9 minus 2 d3.
That's the one.
Damage.
That's the one. So his response to my early aggression was to send the old Banesword into my Death Company, of which all the Death Company died. But by the end of his turn 2, he had soaked up all of his CPs, and my army just got into the grind, and it just turned into a game of complete attrition where I'm just... everything in my army that he could shoot at, he couldn't shoot at because they were touching or wrapped up in combat. But the critical error that he made in the game, the thing that really made the difference in the grand scheme of things. So Lamartez was on a hunt. He was going for the Warlord, and the Warlord was just this company commander, and Lamartez was trying to get him for about 3 turns, constantly running at him and then being, presented with new things to get in his way along the way. And sadly, in turn 3, Lamartez actually died during this process. But in his last defensive move, he had essentially positioned his HQ, his Warlord, in between 2 Lehman Russes. So literally all 3 targets were absolutely primed and ready for Captain Smash with his Thunderhammer to charge all 3 simultaneously. So Captain Smash just went, yep, cool, I'm in combat with all 3 of you. You can't overwatch me because of the Angel's Wing. And now I'm going to proceed to completely butcher your Warlord, which I did effortlessly. And then he lost a massive turns worth of shooting with those. And then the game just rolled on to its natural conclusion, which was a win for me as I started just sweeping up points turn after turn after turn. So yeah, I mean, again, a really interesting game. I came away from the process kind of feeling like, because I made it sound like it was an easy win there. It wasn't. He actually did kind of keep it very close the whole way, but he did a lot of things right. He played his heart out. He just couldn't get the momentum back into the game, and as a result, he just sort of fell behind. But yeah, it was one of those where it was a really interesting game because he just was never ever able to really catch up, and yeah, it just sort of went the way it did. So, I mean, again, I think had he let me go first, I think he would have won, because I think his army had enough troops and enough control over the objectives that he could have been playing for that extra end of battle round objective. But because that wasn't really in play for him, because I was just controlling so much of the board, he didn't really have anything that he could use to catch up. And the game just sort of went the way it did. So, again, nice opponent, decent game, and an example of this Blood Angels army just working exactly as it's supposed to, getting stuck into the enemy and never really releasing its grip, so to speak. Because once you're caught by the Blood Angels, there's no getting away from them. They just stay on you until you're dead. Essentially, assuming that it works well. I mean, that's been your experience of it, right, Joe?
Yeah, like, they're one of those armies that, like, if you ever allow them to wrap just one unit, so you can't shoot at them, and the rest of it's hidden, you're done for.
Yeah.
Because they've taken control of the pace of the game. Because they're like, okay, we're here now. You can't do anything about us in your turn. The unit we've wrapped can't kill us, and we're going to we'll kill them in your turn, and then either pile in, consolidate into another unit, or just charge another unit. And because they've got that 12-inch move and a massive charge, they can just go around like grabbing whatever units they want from then on.
Yeah. So that was that. A relatively good win for me there, which put me then on 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, which I was pretty happy about. So for the way that kicking off day 2, I'd say that was pretty reasonable. So again, in terms of the old tally, I'm on 2 wins, a draw, and a loss. Phil is now on 2 for 2. Is it, Phil?
Yes, it was 2 for 2.
There you go. And then Joe is now sadly on 2 for 2 as well, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah, two for 2.
2 for 2. 2 for 2. So there you go. So yeah, no, I mean, again, we've pretty much resigned ourselves at this point as understanding that this is not one for us to be winning anymore. We're very much sort of battling to see who is the best amongst us, but at the same time, it's very much about occupying that kind of mid-table space. But then we move on to game number 5. What would normally be the final game of a tournament, but in this instance was, the penultimate round. Penultimate round, I should have said there. So yeah, this one, if I remember correctly, was the mission whereby the objectives in what we'll call no man's land, i.e. the spaces on the board that are not controlled, don't fall within either deployment zone, are worth 2 victory points. The objective that sits within your own deployment zone is worth 1 victory point, and the objective that sits in your enemy's deployment zone is worth 3 victory points or 4 victory points potentially. Either way, I think it's called Headhunter. Am I right?
No, it's Frontline Warfare.
Frontline Warfare. Did it used to be called Headhunter back in the day?
I think it was Frontline Warfare.
All right, fine. It's always been Frontline Warfare. I apologise to everyone.
I think Headhunter is the one where you get points for killing characters.
Ah, yeah, that makes more sense.
In the old chapter approved.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So in this one, that is the set of criteria. Phil, who did you face for game number 5?
Well, my initial opponent was a guy called Mike Costello. He had like a lovely Chaos army.
Oh, very nice.
But it turned out that there was another person also on our table, and which added to a bit of confusion. So we spoke to another tournament organizer, and we sort of rolled off, and the lowest has to swap. So I swapped with the opponent on the other table, which is Joe Moscadini, who is a lovely Blood Angels player.
Very nice.
But weirdly, I think he was on 3 or 4 wins, I think, or maybe 3 wins. Either way, he was much higher up than I was in the rankings. So we were like, well, this is a bit weird. And then eventually they did a big announcement where they actually had to redo the draw because they'd got a bunch of the middle tables all mixed up. So I ended up playing Mike again with his Chaos. So there was a bit of a delay in that start of that game. He had Night Lords, and it was either Alpha Legion or Red Corsairs. I couldn't remember which. I think it might have been they were painted as Red Corsairs, but he was playing them as Alpha Legion. It was something like that. He had 3 of the what they called the Disco Lord models.
The Lord Discordant.
Lord Discordants. So he had 3 of those, a Helldrake, a Demon Prince, a ton of infantry like cultists, and a couple of squads of regular Chaos Marines, 1 Chaos Spawn, and a sort of Night Lord commander of some kind with like a jump pack, followed by about 10 Night Lords also, or with jump packs, whatever that special unit is called.
Raptors. Or Warp Talons.
Oh, what's the difference?
They have claws.
Yeah, I think they did.
Warp Talons.
Warp Talons.
Also,
when they deep strike in.
Yeah, I also like he had two Helldrakes. So he had an awful lot of bodies. we were once again playing Vanguard Strike.
Mm-hmm.
I win the roll off, and I was like, I'm gonna go first because I just need to kill some of these Lord Discordants like as soon as possible. One of them, he's given a natural -1 to shoot at, and then one of the others had another ability. I think it was +1 to its save, maybe, or +1 to its toughness. It was something like that. Anyway, I go first. I basically use my combo of old grudges to focus everything onto the Lord Discordant that hasn't got the natural -1 to hits. But I think, because what he did is one of them at the beginning of the battle round, he can make an additional -1. And I can't remember if that was through a stratagem or just an ability that you can do at the beginning of the battle round. So one of them was on -2 to hit. So I was like, I might as well ignore that one this turn. And instead I went for the one, that was it. It had the ability to like +1 to its advance and charge rolls. So I was like, I'll target that one because that's the one that's likely to get into my lines first of all. So I managed to kill it successfully with the majority of my tanks. I tried to keep everything as much as possible outside of like charge ranges. Try and keep them reasonably far back, although it's not as easy as possible because of the layout of the buildings and stuff. But my Demolisher does go up forwards to get in range to help kill that Lord Discordant. I sort of swing my Death Riders around to the right-hand flank to try and get on an objective and try and hold it. Meanwhile, his objective right at the very back is just surrounded by like cultists and stuff. I managed to get like a lucky charge off on his spawn and a squad of cultists to like charge into them turn 1. And then in his turn, he sort of does like a sort of counter punch, moves his Helldrake up to try and like take out some of my units. Let's see how it went. Ultimately, though, so my turn 1, I got 2 victory points. His turn 1, he got 6 because he just held those 2 middle objectives, and there wasn't a lot I could do about them. And that was sort of pretty much how the game was going. It was a clear, I'm very slowly losing this.
Yeah.
But it was a really good, fun game. He was like a lovely chap to play against. On the whole, he would always point things out like, there's no point, taking this save because I've got, or like, there's no point doing this like command point reroll on 1 save because I've still got more shooting to go with this squad, so that unit's going to die anyway, sort of thing. Or, you're focusing fire on this unit, like that's the right thing to do. So he was very sort of nice about it in terms of how it was going. Turn 2, though, I was like, I've got one chance to kind of claw back a bit of a victory by deep striking my Eversaw down onto his sort of backline objective. Because at that point, everything, like all the cultists and stuff, had moved forward. He had one squad of, again, either Alpha Legion or Red Corsairs on his backline objective. I'm like, my Eversaw can do this quite easily. So I go to deep strike him down, and he's like, oh, I'm playing this stratagem, so you have to deploy outside of 12 inches. And I'm like, what? Basically, the Eversaw can't even charge them because they're outside of 12 inches, even though he charges on 3d6. So, because of the way the rules go, if you're outside of 12, you can't even declare a charge. So that was super frustrating because it was like the one thing I was hoping I could do. And obviously, he was fully aware that was probably going to happen because he had a stratagem up his sleeve. So in the end, I could just, I think I ended up just charging into some cultists. And this is where I think I spoke to you because I had a bit of a question. Because my plan was to do a charge against the Chaos Spawn and some cultists that were still there, and then sort of do my 6-inch consolidation around that squad, or what would be left of that squad, to then effectively be near enough to the Marines on that objective, and then do my 1 CP stratagem to fight again.
Yeah.
And I was like, can I now kill those Marines on that objective because I'm activating again and I'm within an inch of them, or can I not because I didn't declare them as a target for my charge at the beginning of the turn, and I couldn't because I was outside of 12 inches. I didn't know what the right answer is. It sort of feels like I should, but then when I spoke to you and he was like, no, we don't think that is possible. So I was like, fair enough.
Yeah, so the issue with that particular series of stratagems and how they're kind of interacted with in game terms, and it's massively affected by how the assault phase works. So the broad consensus is you can't fight something if you didn't declare it as a target when given the opportunity to do so in the charge phase. So if you were within 12 inches of something and you didn't declare it as a target, the rationale is that there was a reason for that, and that is what it is. So if you find yourself in a situation that you're now within an inch of that model after having killed the thing that you charged into originally, the question is, can you then use a stratagem which triggers, in most instances, at the end of the fight phase, to fight against a target if it had not previously been declared as a target? Now, I'm not sure what the definitive ruling is on this. I would say, by the letter of the rules, if I was asked to interpret it based on the stratagem and not having consulted any of the FAQs, which is essentially what we were presented with, I would have said that technically you should be able to do it, only from the perspective that it's the same in almost every regard to any other fight phase sequence. So if something ends up within 1 inch of you during the fight phase, or during the fight phase, if someone piles into you after having finished a combat, the thing that has piled in can be attacked by the unit that was piled into. Because you're paying free CP, and because of the way the words are specifically kind of written, I would interpret that you could and can fight something even if you didn't declare it as a target in the charge phase. However, and as I said to sort of Phil, even though I sort of feel like you can assert that seems like the sort of thing that GW would clarify the other way, and I don't know enough to know for certain. So I think we all agreed in the moment that it's better just to play on the side of caution rather than entering into a situation where Phil had done something that could have been later interpreted as being incorrect, because none of us knew definitively, so it seemed like the best sort of place to land. I mean, Joe, you may have had some more experience with this. What's your interpretation?
I think you can't. So if it's one of those weird things, because it's that weird rule split between attacker, defender, charger, not charger kind of situation. Because you charge that turn, you can't do it because you've done that activation.
Yeah, I think you're possibly right.
Whereas if you, for instance, say you started off in combat with someone.
Yeah.
At the start of your combat phase, you were already in combat with someone.
Mm-hmm.
You could then activate, pile in, attack, kill the unit, then pile in 3 inches to another unit that you weren't in combat with, and then attack that unit again.
Yeah.
Because the rules say that you can do that. But the rules also say that if you charge in a turn, you cannot attack someone that you didn't declare a charge against.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's and
that's the thing. I think, again, without checking FAQs and all the rest of it, and obviously this isn't going to be very helpful for our listeners necessarily, but I would always rule it as a no, just simply because it just seems how it is intended.
And I know a lot of people say, if it sounds too good to be true, you're probably reading it wrong.
Yeah, and that's how I look at it. I think I think that is obviously, well, not obviously, I think that is how it is intended to happen. So that's how we kind of discussed it and agreed it seemed like the way to do it. But yeah, it's another example of why there needs to be some extra clarification around certain stratagems and certain instances, you know. And I do personally believe that the fight against stratagem, for the cost of admission, free CP, should facilitate that outcome. But it needs to be clear. And that's
my one wasn't free CP. I mean, I think your Blood Angel one is probably more expensive for just because it's gonna get more bang for your bucks. I think it wasn't much of a issue anyway, because I don't think I necessarily got the charge that I needed to get within range of his guys, so I ended up just getting stuck in with the cultists instead. I mean, if I could have, then maybe I would have re-rolled one of them just to try and ensure that I could get up there.
Sure.
But it is what it was.
It is what it was.
There was a bit of there was a kind of a long-standing fight off between my Death Riders and some Space Marines where he actually just really struggled to kill them, and they were really stuck in there for quite some time, and he ended up having to get his Demon Prince over to finally smash them up good and proper.
Fabulous.
Turn one I killed one of the Disco Lords and one of the Helldrakes, and then every other turn killed a Disco Lord, or Lord Discordant, shall I say.
Yes.
So I sort of dealt with the big stuff. But then turn 3, I think it was turn 3 rather than turn 2, Night Lords came down, just utterly obliterated one of or two of my infantry units, but did that careful thing of made sure a few of them were still alive so they could wrap them up and tri-point one of the models. So he was basically carefree in terms of he was immune from my big guns still shooting. Because it was basically, I still had the majority of my tanks alive towards the end. One Lord Discordant did get up into close combat, and that was one that killed the Demolisher tank. And then I sort of counter-attacked with my Lady Greyhorn character, and it was quite lucky because while I wasn't keen to charge in because he'd be quite lethal, I sort of moved her into position so I could smite him, and those last few, I think I did 1 or 2 wounds on him, which was just enough for the other things that were shooting at him to like finish him off, and if I hadn't have done that I would have probably struggled. But it was a very slowly losing game, so second round it was 1-5, and then the third round was 1 victory points to 5 again. So like, I definitely wasn't going to win it.
Yeah.
So it was,
and you didn't win it.
No, but weirdly, it didn't feel like I was necessarily losing. And in fact, I had killed more than his stuff. It was so I killed 881 points of his army to 562. Blimey. So if you looked at it on the tabletop, it was like, it kind of looks like I'm winning. But I just really struggled to hold the objectives because there was one reasonably close that was in the middle towards my lines, but it was behind a sort of ruined thing. So my guns couldn't get line of sight to the infantry that were on the other side. And when the Death Riders came around to kill them, one still survived, and then it sort of hid in this weird little ruined sort of square in the middle, so it was permanently safe from everything. So I sort of really struggled to do that. And then the other one that was in the middle was in another setup where it was like Sector Mechanicus terrain. But he was like, do you want to count the weird 2 pillars of Sector Mechanicus terrain? He's like, do you want to count them as line of sight blocking? And I was like, well, that's a bit weird. But if that's how you play it, I was like, it's not really in the rule book, but we basically decided to roll off, and I lost a roll off. So we counted them as line of sight blocking. And then I was like, okay, but the position of one of the objectives is right next to one of these things. Means you could have this weird magic box scenario where your infantry or my infantry is inside, scoring the objective that's on the outside, but no one can deal with them. And we sort of just had a gentleman's agreement that we wouldn't do that. So it was still out in the open. But yeah, he just had sort of more stuff that could get on there because he just had bodies of cultists, basically. And again, I was sort of undone with the fact that while I had infantry, I just didn't have enough. And I also had to sort of screen out my entire deployment zone because of these Night Lords that were coming down. So I had one squad and my Crusaders on the very far left-hand side of the board, literally doing nothing for the majority of the game, just because they needed to be there to sort of screen out the deep striking units from getting anywhere near my tanks. And then I had two of my Acolyte characters just on the back objective, so I wasn't really wasting resources holding that objective. But yeah, I sort of felt like I should have gone a bit more heavy on one side, but I still needed to protect my sort of lines effectively. And he did say like that was the right thing afterwards when we were sort of discussing about it, because he was like, if you hadn't have screened me out there, I would have dropped my Night Lords down there and sort of swung into all my tanks.
Yeah.
So unfortunate, but it was a really good game. It was like one of my out of the 6, it got one of my favourite game votes because it's really enjoyable.
Good times, pal. So on my side of things, I played against Craftworld Elder or Craftworld Eldari or Azanari Yari, however we're supposed to say it. They looked an awful lot like an Ulfway army, on account of them being black with bony bits and all of the kind of Eye of Ulfway symbols all over them. So I was like, oh, it's Ulfway, that's cool. And he was like, no, they're not Ulfway. They're a make-believe Craftworld. So I was like, okay, fair enough. I mean, again, I've said on multiple occasions that sort of stuff doesn't bother me, and I wasn't about to let it start me. So it's like, oh, okay, that'll be fine. And then he proceeded to tell me the custom Craftworld in question ignored cover and essentially had the Salamander's ability where every single unit could re-roll a hit and every single unit could re-roll a single wound, which was quite exciting. His army was quite a lot of Hornets, which was quite lovely for me because obviously for those of you who will remember, I had a lot of very positive things to say about Hornets, used them in the Grand Tournament qualifier, and I certainly think that they're a very good option, certainly now.
Oh yeah, this is the guy that broke my tank.
Yes, this is the guy that earlier in the day or earlier in the weekend had managed to smash Phil's tank to pieces.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting though because, you know, it was really cool to see someone else rocking the Hornets. And I knew from the outset when I looked at the army list, I was like, right, this probably isn't going to go well for me because anything I throw into this army is going to probably, well, it's definitely going to die, whatever I get into, but the return power of this army is going to be utterly devastating. So at that point, I mean, and to clarify what the rest of the army was, it was a unit, or a big unit of Shining Spears, a big horde of vibro cannons. So he had 9 vibro cannons. He had 3 Falcon grav tanks, all with star cannons, and obviously pulse lasers because they come with Falcons. He had. I'm
just saying, it's nice to see Falcon on the table. You don't see those very often.
No, almost never. He had Dark Reapers, Falcons. He took a bunch of Farseers on foot, which was quite interesting. What was quite funny actually as well, because he's not been playing 40k for as long as I have, and he obviously doesn't know the Elder range as well as I did. So he goes, "Oh, these are my Warlocks," and I go, "Yeah, but they're Farseer models, mate." And he was like, "No, they're not the Warlocks." I was like, "No, they're the Seer Council, Ulfway Seer Council models from about 2002." And he was like, "So what, these are Farseer models?" I was like, "Yeah." "Ah, well, they'll be my Warlocks." I'm like, "Yeah, all right, fair enough." Because, I mean, they are smaller. They're much diddier than the current Farseer, which is a much taller creature. But yeah, I was like, no, those are definitely Farseer models, mate. But fair enough. But yeah, so bar that, it was an interesting list, and I went first against it, and I just went super aggressive into it because it's all I could do. I killed pretty much all. I killed all 3 falcons in the opening turn. I just went, they can all die. And in truth, that was a massive mistake because what I should have done was gone after the vibro cannons. I think if I killed all his vibro cannons, I would have been in a much better...
cannon, the little weapons platforms.
Yeah, the weapons platforms. Yeah. So if I killed all his, sorry, say that again, Phil.
You don't see those very often.
You do now because they're good against Space Marines. So they are AP -2, 2 damage apiece flat, and they hit on freeze. But then if you hit once, sorry, no, that's not what they do. They always hit on freeze, but if you wound with one, they increase in strength. So essentially, they get better the more times they shoot. So when you got 9 of them, they're very, very irritating because their minus AP gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're D3 shots each, and they're quite cheap. So I should have massively prioritized those early doors, but I was worried about him breaking out of his deployment zone and starting to kind of gain board control. And one of the things I felt like I needed to do because I went first was get stuck into his army and ground him and then grind out the win. But one of the most sensible things he did was put his shining spears right in the middle of everything. So I just couldn't screen in any effective manner. And what essentially happened was my Death Company went in, killed all 3 falcons, wrapped up a few vibro cannons. But what happened in response was that the shining spears went straight into the Death Company, killed them all. And then the Hornets were moving around, kind of screening out, because Blood Angels hate screening units that are also flyers, and especially durable flyers like the Hornet. So what essentially was happening was I wasn't able to really capture any ground, and he was keeping the pressure off of those vibro cannons all game long, and I was just dropping, squad after squad after squad every single turn to vibro cannon shots. And at that point, even though I had an incredibly successful turn 1, I just fell off the pace about turn 4, and then by his turn 5 he had everything, and it was like, cool, that's that then. So turn 1 I was very much in the driving seat, but I made a few bad choices and found myself long term paying for it. So very similar in a way to other games that we've kind of talked about there, where it seems like we're in the driving seat at the start, but actually it turns out that we're not so lucky. So yeah, another loss. That's 2 losses, 2 wins, and 1 draw for me. But again, really great to play against an elder Craftworld player. I think he appreciated having someone to play that he didn't need to explain every single rule to. Yeah, it was a perfectly reasonable game. He's a really great guy. Poor guy seemed to have some issue with his knee, so he was walking with quite a pronounced limp throughout the weekend. But he was a great person to play against, lots of fun, and he played it really well, and he got a very solid win against me. And I took that loss especially hard because I should have known better against the Elder. But the problem was I think I played it well from the aggressive perspective. I couldn't get into those Shining Spears, and even though I killed them in response to them killing the Death Company with Senguri Guard, again, the way he had positioned everything and how everything had gone on, Senguri Guard do not stand up very well to lots of vibro cannons. That much I can tell you. So there you go. That was my game 5, a loss to the Craftworld Elder. Joe, how did yours go, mate?
So mine was against a very nice man called Chris, and he was running Necrons, but a very different kind of Necrons than I'm used to. Because the standard Necron list, as like I played against James, was lots of Tesla Immortals, lots of Arcs, lots of planes kind of thing, big units of destroyers. Whereas Chris's list was he still had the 2 Arcs, and he still had the 30 infantry. But he was running 3 squads of destroyers, a massive unit of wraiths, and then a massive unit of Lich Guard, a couple lords, a Cryptek, and the Deceiver.
Mm-hmm.
But he was using the Dynasty, where you get to re-roll ones to hit.
Oh, very nice.
Which, in my opinion, just doubles the efficiency of Necron shooting. Because you never really hear about Necrons with re-roll 1 abilities, apart from re-roll 1s to wound if you've got a Lord on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So his whole army instantly, like a Marine army, is re-rolling 1s to hit and wound. Just straight off the bat, bubbled up nicely. And then he's got a stratagem, which gives you +1 to your invulnerable save.
Oh.
So instantly, like those wraiths become terrifying, and those Lich Guard become terrifying. And I managed to go first against him, and I was like, I need to deal with those Lich Guard because he positioned them right next to one objective, and he had. So I was like, I need to get rid of them. I need to get rid of his fast-moving like wraiths and stuff, and then I can deal with his shooty stuff afterwards. And I was like, or I could deal with all his shooty stuff, but then all his combat stuff's just going to wrap me, and I'll lose that way. So it's very well designed army because it forces you to make a decision and go down it. What I didn't realise is the Lich Guard, when they roll a 6 to save, does a mortal wound back to the unit that shot them. So when I shot his unit of Lich Guard with everything from my unit of Centurions, he killed 2 Centurions with mortal wounds back on them.
Oh, man. Did he get you with a bit of a gotcha there, then, or did he tell you that before you started doing it?
I didn't realise that they did it, but then it was like, he was like, they do this, and I was like, oh dear. But luckily, like, he killed 2, which then got to shoot, and their shooting then killed off the unit. So because of my banner, which was quite good. So that, but then obviously I was down to 1 in that squad, and it wasn't great. And then he gave the Wraiths a 2-up invuln, and they were horrible. I didn't do anything to them turn 1. Because of my screens, like in his turn 1, he moved forward, grabbed a bunch of objectives, killed all my stuff, like my infiltrators that were on objectives. Turn 2, my entire army shot into that 2-up invuln unit of Wraiths and killed all but 1 on 1 wound. Ugh. And I was like, I had 3 command points left. I was like, do I orbital bombard? Because if I orbital bombard, I still need to roll a 4+ to hit. And I decided against it because I was like, because it's too much of a risk. Because I didn't have that 4th CP for a reroll. And I got all down to 1. He paid 2 CP to keep it alive. And then his turn, played a stratagem so he could do reanimation protocols. So with a Cryptek nearby, the 5 that I killed all came back again.
Amazing.
Yeah, and because Necrons, when they get back up, they come back up with full wounds. So he essentially got back 15 wounds worth of Wraith.
Amazing.
Yeah. And then those Wraiths literally just walked into my lines and just tied me up for the rest of the game. And it was like, I can't do anything now. I think in response, like in one of my phases, my Whirlwinds managed to kill one of his arcs just out of impotent rage. Because I was like, I want to do something this game. I need to kill something. And then in response, it was just a slow death from then on.
Everyone's favourite.
Yeah. And I was like, I applauded him at the end because I was like, this is a really good Necron list for killing Space Marines, especially like things like Fists and Iron Hands, because everything in his army super durable. But its damage output is either D6 damage with a -4 of AP, or it's a -2 AP and all 2 damage. So he just kind of rolled through me, which I was fine with, because at the end of the day he beat me because he'd had a good list and he played the game well, kind of thing.
Gosh darn it, those sorts of people, with their good armies and their strategy.
Yeah, you can't be upset with someone who does everything right, kind of thing. I know.
But you want to be, though, don't you?
Yeah, and I was secretly happy on the inside to see a Necron army doing well.
Yeah.
So
good on you. Good on you. Good on you, boy.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that
enough.
was my game. My game 5. It was
5.
a sad moment, and I was kind of like, game 6 is coming up now. I might just get drunk.
I mean, it seems totally reasonable, mate. I'm surprised you didn't. But there you go.
Me and Phil were almost on the same, and so was our friend Paulie. We were on the same amount of wins losses, so we were like, there is a potential that we could actually end up playing each other, and so we were like, we're not going to throw it, we're going to play it out. We're just going to have as much fun as possible.
Exactly, man. Exactly. So, on the topic of the final game of the weekend was which mission was it for the final? Oh, it was. Is it called Ascension? Ascension, yeah. So this is the mission where characters have the ability to score objectives. They also have the ability to, or rather, they have objective secure type ability, but they also have the ability that if they control the objective for multiple turns, the number of victory points they get for controlling that objective increases turn by turn, which is quite an incredible, exploit within this mission, and certainly something that really kind of sets it apart from the others. So in my game, I came up against another Craftworld Elder player. This guy was running 4 Crimson Hunters, 3 Crimson Hunter Exarchs, and 1 regular Crimson Hunter. He was running 3 Wave Serpents, each having a unit of 12 Guardian Defenders in. He had only 2 characters, a Warlock on a bike, or a Wind Rider Warlock, and a Wind Rider Farseer. And then in conjunction with that, he had... what else did he actually have? I think that was pretty much it. I think that was entirely his army. He was using the custom Craftworld trait where he was giving himself re-rolling 1s to hit with shuriken weapons, or rather not re-rolling 1s to hit with shuriken weapons. He was re-rolling 1s to hit with all Guardian units, and he was also, I can't remember what else he did, but anyway, I went first in this game. So I flung my Death Company into one of his 4 planes, and managed to drop one of them. And then, in conjunction with that, I essentially just made sure that I had a character on all 3 objectives. And the most important objective, which was the one furthest away from his stuff, I wrapped the character, the Sanguinor, in Sanguinary Guard, and was very much the case of, cool, I'm just going to sit here for the entire game and let this thing just keep dinging for more and more points, and then the rest of my army is going to fight you for the middle ground. So I still had another unit of Sanguinary Guard, I still had the Death Company, I still had the Tactical Marines and the Scouts, and 4 out of the 5 characters, and they were all just going hell for leather, trying to just kind of get stuck into this Eldari army. My priority target was his characters, because I knew as soon as I took out his characters, his opportunity to multiply his victory points and ultimately overtake me or take the win away from me was greatly diminished. And because so much of his army was wrapped up in these flyers, I didn't really need to worry about them in the game massively, because he had armed them all with Bright Lances, so he was firing 4 shots per plane, which on statistical averages was not enough to really make a meaningful difference to my Sanguinary Guard and my Death Company, especially if they're majoritively in a fight. So essentially, because of my lame strategy of leaving a character and then prioritising murdering all of his ground troopers, I won that game super comfortably, which was not surprising, because I always kind of knew that this list was going to do very well in this mission. But it was probably a surprise to my opponent when he was like, oh, there's no way I can catch you up now. I'm like, yep, I know. There you go. Game. It wasn't necessarily the coolest way to win the game. I don't necessarily feel like it was a very tactically challenging or interesting game for my opponent because he just, again, the matchup had just created a scenario that he couldn't fight his way out of. But regardless of that reality, the game resulted in a very solid win for me. And I was pretty happy with that, given the fact that put me on 3 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, which was pretty reasonable for the weekend, given what I had brought along. So there you go. That was my version of the game. Joe, how did it go for you, buddy?
Much like mine was a bit of a whitewash from my opponent. I played against Nathan, aka Shaggy of SN Battle Report fame. He the table when we arrived was sparse, to say the least. There was not much terrain at all. I think he had 1 building in his deployment zone, and I had 1 in mine. And there was like 1 of those weird donut Mechanicum buildings which had no line of sight blocking to anything underneath in the middle of the table. And we played the long ways one, which I can never remember the name of. What's it called? Is it Spearhead Assault?
Oh yeah.
For the 24-inch deployment zones. And I was deploying first, and I literally just deployed literally everything that could fit on the line went on the line, and my artillery just sat at the back of the board. And because of how the objective work in this one, they have to be like directly through the center of the board, which is on the 12-inch line. And I just strung out my 10 infiltrators in between all 3. Because I went first, I instantly just got all 3. So I got 3 points. And I got first blood. He was running an Ultramarines army, a really nice Ultramarines army. It had Gilliman, who's the Ultramarines librarian dude?
Tigerius,
a lieutenant, a chaplain, a Phobos captain, 2 units of eliminators, a unit of infiltrators, a banner, and 2, I think it was 3 units, like 3 10-man squads of Stalker Bolt Rifle intercessors, and 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts, the Mortis ones, both with las cannons. And he literally just deployed his entire army behind this building, knowing I was going first. So he was kind of in a tight spot to begin with. And yeah, so I used my artillery literally to kill his 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts. Well, and then all my Centurions just killed all of his eliminators and the characters on top of a building. And then he kind of knew that was game from there, because my army just in each of the consecutive turns just kind of did its 4-inch movement, because that's how fast my Centurions move, slowly like a slug across the table. And all he could really do was offer up like a unit a turn just to get gunned down, so he could never really do anything. And I basically killed everything apart from Gilliman, and he was like, well, I'm just going to run at you now. And we discovered what happens when you put 68 Hurricane Bolter shots into Gilliman. He just dies horribly.
What a shocker!
He died. He fell over, and unfortunately, he couldn't roll the 4+ for him to get back up again. So he just died on the spot. So it was a rather lackluster game, because nothing really happened in it, and it showed what my army does. And I kind of got this like weird easy one, but we just spent a long time afterwards just chatting about stuff, which was quite nice. And like next to us, we had Paulie and DC, and then next one down was Phil. So it was quite nice to have a group of people that all know each other next to each other, so you can kind of chat and laugh about stuff, which is nice. So, yeah, so I ended 3 for 3, which is fine, and I was happy with the list I was running. But what I did discover with the Fists is that they're not a fun army to play with, and they're not a fun army to play against, because it just sits there like a squid on the table, and just kind of lashes out at stuff, but doesn't move, doesn't really contribute to the game in any kind of meaningful way. So it was nice, and I kind of did that. Like I said before, it's like I designed the list around when it got to that game 6. I didn't have to think or do anything; it just did it on its own. So yeah, that was my tournament, and it was good. I enjoyed it. Although I kind of wish at the end of it I'd taken my Drakari, because
yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, if we are on the topic of talking about our thoughts and feelings on how the actual armies played, I echo your sentiment. Although I changed Drakari for Craftworld Eldari for sure. I guess we can kind of get into this after we've kind of heard Phil's wrap up on his final game. So Phil, who did you face in the final game of the Grand Tournament Finals 2020?
So I played a guy called Marcus. We'd actually met in the GT Heat 2. He was the guy running the triple giant squig-offs.
Oh yes, I know that guy.
But this time he was running Harlequins.
Cool.
They were really nicely painted, but not sort of finished. So you could tell that they're going to be a really stunning army once he's finished them off. But he was like half painted them basically. But the groundwork in terms of all the airbrushing and sort of the base stuff was really good. But just little things were still missing, missing texture paint and painting the rims and stuff. But he was just saying like, I just ran out of time. And I was like, fair enough. Like, it looks good so far. So when it is going to be finished, it will look pretty fantastic. So he had Harlequins, but he was running Yunari. So he had the kind of the triumvirate of the Yinkan and the other two characters to make them all Yunari. He had 3 of the Harlequin boats. I can never remember the name of them. Joe?
The Star Weavers.
Yeah. And then he had 2 units of the jet bikes, the Harlequin jet bike guys. One was like, I think, a 6, and then the other one was like a 4-man squad. And then he had like I can't remember what it was. It was some kind of like Wraith Lord. Sort of, I got the impression it was some kind of like special character.
I think he had the Wraith. He had the Wraith Seer, didn't he?
Yeah.
With a spear.
Yes, yeah, that was it. Really nicely like converted up, sort of hugging like a piece of ruin, and he'd done that for all of his. So all of his bikes and Star Weavers and stuff, rather than using normal rods, they were all on the Sector Imperialis terrain, which looks really good. We were doing Spearhead Assault as well, which sort of put me at massive disadvantage, because obviously the 2 objectives that are in the middle, either side of the middle one, are like really far away now for me to get to. The one in the middle, because he got to go first, so I picked my sides poorly in hindsight. Initially, I picked the one that had a massive piece of terrain on my side that I could put some tanks behind and put some men in. But what I didn't really factor in until afterwards was the objective in the middle had to one side, on my side of the deployment, a massive statue. But it wasn't just a statue, it was like a statue on a tiny square building, which when I put my Vindicare down on my big ruin, because I was like, I'll take the Vindicare to try and kill some of his characters, because he only had a few, and this game's all about characters. What it meant was his turn 1, he could go forwards, get onto the middle objective, and hide out line of sight from my assassin. Because there was this big blocking tower in the way, and I was like, "Oh balls! That's done me in basically just from that alone almost." Because and he's got the Wraith Seer on it, so he's going to be a nightmare to try and shift off. And he was really difficult to kill because I think he halves damage when you're shooting at it. It was something like that. turn one, all his guys pretty much move forward. Some of his infantry get out to get on objectives, like the two either side of the main one. He has two characters, or no, he has one character up on the middle one, Racer. One of his bikes that is the largest squad that I declare as my old grudges, sort of slingshots itself forwards, charges into my Crusaders that were behind this statue, because I didn't want to put anything sort of within fusion range of his guys, but I also needed something that could run onto that objective or to try and shift his stuff over that objective. So those bikes just obliterate my Crusaders, and then they do the cheeky thing of just wrapping around my my little cat acolyte, so I can't fall back from the combat, so I can't shoot at that unit at all in my phase, which was incredibly frustrating. He also shoots to death my Demolisher tank, because that was the only thing I positioned reasonably close, because I knew I needed to move that forwards. And then I've got a little car park at the back of my two tank commanders in a corner, wrapped around by infantry along with my commander to try and protect the tanks, and then my Baneblade was sort of hiding behind this building. So turn one was reasonably close. We both got first strike. I managed to shoot him off of one of the objectives, and I sort of do orders to try and move my guys up closer. But after that, it kind of all goes horribly wrong. In his turn, he finishes off the acolyte. Actually, no, what he does is he falls back with this squad of the bikes and jumps them up onto the top of the building to try and kill my assassin, because he's like, I just need to deal with this assassin because it's going to be the only thing that's killing my characters. And I'm like, I don't think you need to worry about it, but okay. I use my blind grenades at least in Overwatch and get a hit off, so he's at least -1 to hit. But what he does is he charges in and kills one of my Death Rider squads, and because he's killed a unit that turn, he can then get +1 to hit in combat now, which neutralizes the -1 of the blind grenades. I think the assassin survived that turn. I could be wrong. Maybe he just died. And I sort of, there was a few moments where I was like, this could be going my way. But what I discovered would happen is every time I shot a unit off of one of the two end objectives, is he would then just teleport his Yin Khan onto that objective. To basically dissuade me then from charging any of my units in. So one side I had guardsmen going up, the other side I had Death Riders going up. My Death Rider commander managed to survive a turn of combat against the Solitaire because I just made a crazy number of saves, which at the point is you came up, Joe, and I pointed out the dice rolls because I rolled a lot of sixes, or a lot of inbun saves, 5-up inbuns. But it was like a slowly losing battle, because as soon as I had a chance to get some guys up there, but then he would, teleport his Incarn over, and I'm like, okay, that's not going to happen now. And then in the third turn, when I tried to do it on the other objective, it's like I killed a bunch of his infantry. I was going to charge my infantry squad into one of his characters that he had towards that objective, just so I could be objective secured and be on it. But then the Incarn suddenly appears in the way, and I'm like, okay, well, that's not going to happen then either. And then in the very last turn, he tries to, his bikes drop down from that building to try and take out my screen so he can get towards my warlord. He doesn't kill enough of them, so he can't pile into my warlord or anything. So I'm like, okay, at least my warlord survived. And then it's my last turn, so I'm like, okay, well, this one big squad of bikes that have been the bane of my life all turn, I'm just going to fire everything into them because I've got old grudges. I'm sort of still within range of my warlord. I can do that. And he's like, well, if you do that, I'm going to do, is it vectored engines to make them -1 to hit. So and I was like, oh, okay. And then I sort of look around and work out what else I'm going to shoot at, and then I just kind of completely forget what he says. Because I'm also like, because he was like, oh, I want to do that so they can stay alive to kill the warlords. And even this is like, we're in the last 5 minutes of the game at this point. So I'm a bit like, well, we're not going to, I was thinking to myself, we're not going to get another turn in, surely. And I completely forgot because, this game I was completely brain dead because it was just so exhausting doing 6 games. And it's like, I never want to do a tournament with 6 games in again because it's just too much. So I basically go, I'm just going to shoot my Baneblade at the squad, like, to sort of have one last hurrah. Like, it's not going to change anything in terms of the game, but it'll just make me feel better. And then he's like, okay, right, I'm doing vectored engines. And I'm like, okay, well, I was already hitting on 6s, so that means I'm not hitting on anything. And that was just like the most disappointing thing of the game because I was a bit like, you didn't have to do that. It's not really changing anything in the game, except it just gave me a bit of a sour ending. So I was like, okay, that's not shooting. I've got my 2 tank commanders left. I'll shoot them. They don't really do much anyway. And then that was the game. And I was like, oh, okay. A bit of a bum note, I thought, because otherwise he was a really lovely guy. It was a really good game, even though I got absolutely smashed in terms of victory points. There was one interesting question we had during the game, and it was at one point. So turn 1, he was on the middle objective with his Wraithseer. Turn 2 and 3, he was on that objective with Wraithseer plus some other characters. And on turn 3, I was like, okay, if I killed Wraithseer, are you still getting your accumulative points because there's still a character on that objective? Or does it reset back to 1 again because it's now a different character? And that was like a weird rules thing that, it didn't factor in because obviously I didn't kill it in the end.
You still would have got the cumulative from having the other characters there.
But only from the turns in which they started coming into effect. So essentially, if a character was on the... Well, and again, this was a consistent recurring point about this mission in the tournament. How does this work exactly? Because the way I would play it is if a character was on the objective in turn 1, and then in turn 2 a new character joins that character on that objective is still worth 2 points based on the character that started there. However, if in turn 3 the character that started there on turn 1 decides to leave or decides, doesn't decide, actually just gets killed, my interpretation would be that the remaining character, assuming it was present and controlling that objective in the previous battle round, would then still get its own multiplier, which would be, again, 2 in this instance. So, effectively, there were a lot of people kind of going around going, well, which character is it that controls it? And how does this work and that work? And la-di-da-di-da. And it's very confusing. But
there was a general consensus of everyone that this mission's a bit broken because it really favours going first, because it's so difficult for people to kill characters that turn 1 you move forwards with your screen and your characters, and then your opponent can try and kill those characters, but they can't because they need to kill the screens first, and it makes it very difficult to remove characters from the game.
I dispute that in so much as I think if your army is a bit more balanced and a little bit more well-rounded, you should be able to kind of run rings around that kind of strategy. I mean, if your opponent has put a serious amount of points into wrapping a character to protect them on an objective, well, that's a lot of immobile points that are not going to necessarily really come into effect. And the way that these objectives are spread out, there's a lot of opportunities for you to be able to make a play for a weaker side, or try and chip away.
Only if you've got the sort of mobility of an army to sort of deal with those characters in combat. if you're just trying to shoot at them, it's obviously a much more difficult thing.
Yeah, but I think that's just the nature of the game now. Is mobility is important, and all armies have access to some mobility.
Also, Phil, you know what assassin you should have taken in that mission?
The Calidus.
The Caluxus assassin.
No, well, I don't have that one painted.
Because you can only hit him on 6s, and all those psychic powers wouldn't have worked on him.
True, that's true. I do need to get that one painted up at some point.
He would be especially great for that mission alone, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, that was... So, turn 1, we scored 3 victory points apiece. Turn 2, I scored nothing, and he scored 4. And then turn 3, he scored 7, and I scored 0. So it was 14-3.
Wow.
And then when we were toppling the things up at the end, he was like, "Oh, so I get Slay the Warlord, right?" And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" He was like, "Oh, because I would have killed your Warlord." And I was a bit like, "But you didn't." And I think, but I was a bit like, I don't want to argue with it. Just put Slay the Warlord down. But I was a bit annoyed that he said that because we didn't do another turn. But then in hindsight, when I was thinking about it. Actually, I think he had forgotten that he had gone first and was assuming that he was going second, which is why he said the whole thing of "I'm going to do vectored engines and because I want to kill your warlord," and therefore, in his world, if he was going second, he would have killed my warlord. So I kind of get the point, but I think he was just wrong on that.
Fair enough.
But yeah. So ultimately, I got utterly smashed in that one, and it was a reasonably good game. Obviously, except for that weird bit at the very end. But otherwise, it was really good.
Awesome. So, in the interest of rounding up broadly, because I appreciate this has been something of an epic segment of the show, so let's just quickly wrap up our final thoughts on the armies we took and how we think they performed. I'll just kick it off super quick. I didn't necessarily enjoy running this Blood Angel army. I've had a lot of fun running Blood Angels for a number of years. This army I brought, I don't think it allowed me to fulfill my potential as a player, and I didn't enjoy its one-dimensional gameplay, which essentially resulted in me not having enough flexibility or creativity to do what I needed to do to get wins in certain instances. So, in conclusion, I will definitely now and for a while longer, when it comes to competitive 40k, be continuing to adopt my army specialist status with Craftworld Elder. I think that is the army that I'm most comfortable with. That is the army I enjoy playing with the most. And I think regardless of what the meta is telling me and what the internet is saying, I think I need to just stick with my gut feeling or my general kind of safe haven when it comes to competitive play, because even though I knew this army was theoretically quite interesting, I just didn't ever really feel at home with it, and ultimately I feel like in the grand scheme of things that I stuck to my guns. I would have probably have performed much better this weekend, and regardless of whether I did or didn't, I certainly would have had a more entertaining time doing it. So that's my thoughts on it. The Blood Angels are definitely a cool army. I've always really enjoyed playing Blood Angels, but this 30-man super aggressive Senguri Guard Death Company combination is just not interesting enough to me. So I don't think I'll be doing that one again anytime soon. What did you think of your stuff, Joe?
I think I'm very much in a similar boat. Like, the Imperial Fist army that I had is really, really good, and it's really, really good in ITC, and it performs really well in ICC, and I kind of feel like that allowed me to become a bit blind to the Warhammer world meta, as it were, because it's a very different game system as a whole, and the missions work differently, and they require a lot more of a maneuverable all-rounder army. The fists are incredibly powerful, but they're just not an enjoyable army. to play with. There's no kind of satisfaction. There's no nuances to it. It's just, I sit here, I shoot you, you die, or you have enough firepower to shoot me and I die, kind of thing. So I do kind of wish that I'd taken my Drakari on this front, just because they have the speed and the maneuverability to be where they want to be and where they need to be. And I think I know a lot of people who have done Imperial Fists and have done Iron Hands and stuff like that run them and then just kind of ditch them because although they are good, it's not rewarding. Like every game I won, I wasn't like overjoyed and over the moon that I'd won a game, because like my opponent didn't have a good time because there's nothing they could do, and I didn't have a good time because I didn't feel like I'd achieved anything. When I lost, it was like I lost because my army is so flawed in what it does and what it needs to do to win the mission. So I think going forward it'll be Drakari time, and if anyone wants to buy a Celestial Lions army, hit me up.
There you go. And obviously, Phil, you love the Krieg, so I imagine you're pretty much unchanged in your opinion.
Well, do you know what? Yes and no, I guess, which is an awful answer, but it's like
in the ranks.
I still enjoy playing my Krieg. I really enjoy playing my Inquisition because they just add a fun and more interesting element to the army. And it was the bit that most people sort of gave me feedback on or wanted to talk about my models and the conversion work that I've done on it. But at the same time, it's like it's the least competitive element to the army. It's like it was fun taking Catachan detachments and lots of tank commanders, but I don't think it'll feel either as particularly the most efficient way of doing things. Like 3 tank commanders, I think is just too expensive. And Baneblade, I don't know. Baneblade gives you a lot of firepower and options, but at the same time, I feel like having an equivalent amount of just more Leman Russes would probably be more universal and practical because you sort of just need more firepower, basically. Half the time, my Demolisher Cannon never fired because it was never in range, because maybe I wasn't being aggressive enough with it, but also the terrain setup. And, you know, there was a lot more terrain on every map than there has been before at Warhammer World. But it also means most of the time my vehicles, or at least the Baneblade, can't move anywhere because you just don't have the space for it to physically go places. So I don't know. I mean, I think I could have taken a more optimized list for the event, but I wanted to take one that would perhaps perform a bit better in either the painting competitions or maybe go for best army. But it was it was a surprisingly tough field for best army in comparison to the last GT final that you went to and I was at just to sort of watch. So there was a lot of really good armies up there. So I'm not sure that's necessarily the right way of doing it, even though that's the sort of thing I like to aim for. Ultimately, it sort of feels like you shouldn't be aiming for any of those things. You just need to go with the mind of trying to do your best and enjoy yourself the most and not take it all too seriously, maybe. So I don't know what I'd do. I think what I need to do is take an army that I can play quicker. That was the thing. That was the thing I sort of came out of feeling quite bad about. On most games, max turn 4, which is, and the worst one was turn 2, which is unheard of even for me. So to do that was, I don't know, a bit embarrassing, I thought. And I think there was maybe a bunch of reasons why that might have happened, just in terms of timings and stuff, or not starting on time. Yeah. But I definitely want to take an army that I can even know better, so I can play it quicker. Because obviously things like the Assassins and the Inquisition, I'm definitely learning the rules more, but I'm still not 100% at them. And then also just in terms of things like movement trays, while I hate them because they really limit your your versatility in terms of screening and positioning. They do just speed up the game so much more. So yeah, I don't know what I'd do if I was to attend the same event again. But at the same time, I don't necessarily want to attend that same event again, because I'm a bit like I've sort of feel like I've done enough of the kind of hardcore competitive games to be like, oh, that's me for a good long time. I don't need to do that anymore.
I think having to help speeding things up, like the movement trade, is super helpful. I think having when you play, having an army that doesn't require you at all to look in your codex for any reason.
I mean, it's very rare when I do for like the guard stuff, but for the Inquisition stuff, I do need to. I mean, it was also slightly different because normally the way I speed things up is like I've got 20 dice, and that's all I tend to need. If I'm shooting the heavy bolters from my Baneblade, I take 2 out because it's 18 shots. If I'm shooting a Punisher cannon, it's 40 shots. I'm rolling that bucket twice. But I found when you're doing lots of battle cannons, it's like roll 2 dice, maybe I re-roll 1 or both of them, and then you're just picking up a bunch of dice constantly. And it just felt like that was the element that was potentially slowing me down. I'm not saying it was, but it felt like, because of the catch and re-rolls, it felt like I was rolling much more dice than I normally would, or it's a random number of dice, which felt very different from how I normally do things.
Yeah, I mean, that seems perfectly reasonable, though, mate. I mean, it is tough when you're not completely and utterly comfortable with all the things in your list, and then also to be in a situation where you feel like, as you say, you're quite embarrassed about the fact that you only got to 2 turns on the live stream and so on. I think I totally understand that, mate, and I think there is definitely room for you to continue to refine and develop a list that you're more comfortable with playing in that kind of environment. But again, I think, as with everything with this stuff, it's mostly practice that enables you to, gain a better solid understanding of all the different things in your list. And I guess that's something we can work on as well if needs be. But yeah, no, fair enough, man. I mean, it's good to hear some interesting feedback about how you think things went. And I totally understand why you feel that way. So good times. All right, guys, that's us done in this segment here. It's been something of an epic saga. Hopefully you've enjoyed our accounts of our relatively mediocre performance within the Warhammer Grand Tournament Finals. But, obviously it's always a great time to go out and play games of 40k. And Warhammer World is always a fun location. But regardless of all that, we will transition now to whatever comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! So now, in the final segment, as if we haven't talked about the Grand Tournament Finals enough, we're going to finish up with our final thoughts on the event, the proceedings, and everything that kind of was wrapped up around the Grand Tournament. So, in the 2019 season, the Grand Tournament was conducted from around kind of mid-2019, concluding the heats in December, I believe the last heat was. Or maybe not December, maybe November. But regardless, it was a fairly decent season of 4 rounds. What was super interesting was all 4 of those rounds were won by either James Mackenzie or Simon Pridis. James Mackenzie won 2, Simon Pridis won 2, which was quite an incredible turnout for those guys. But the final itself was obviously the weekend of January the 11th and 12th, taking place at Warhammer World in January of 2020. And what was super interesting about that was there was a number of date clashes and other things which definitely affected attendance. And obviously LVO is just around the corner as well, so that certainly had an impact on things there. But overall, in terms of the event, how they ran it, how it all kind of came together, what was your guys' opinion on the Grand Tournament series in the year 2019/2020? What did you think of it, guys?
I'll let Phil start on this one.
Boom.
Well, Heat 2 was really enjoyable. It was good that we all went up together. Richard was with us, Tim was with us. So I think the final was slightly dampened by the fact that those two didn't qualify. And I said before, our friend Sean, who normally hangs out with us in the evenings, he was ill, so he wasn't around. The fact that there was only 70 people out of what should have been like 120 or 140 people made the final feel a bit lackluster in terms of the number of people that should be there to partake in the final, and obviously just weren't. I was really not looking forward to it. I basically didn't want to go, if I'm honest, to the final. The last time I qualified for the final was like 2 years ago when it was at the Warhammer Fest, and I only won one game and got smashed in all the others because I appreciate that my army just doesn't necessarily compete at the same level. Now, it's not to say it possibly can't, because obviously you played a National Militarum player and he probably got into the top 30, I think. So I think he placed reasonably well. So, props to him. So Guard can do well, but at the same time, Guard was nowhere near the top 10.
Yeah.
What was interesting is, in terms of the top 10, it was very mixed. You would expect loads of Space Marines, and I think there was like 3 or 4 Space Marines, but like 1 or 2 were pure Space Marine Codex. 1 was Blood Angels. So it wasn't like a whitewash of Space Marine players, which is sort of almost what you'd expect.
Yeah.
Should we talk about who won and stuff as well?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I suppose that was actually another element of controversy within the Grand Tournament, which was the fact that the gentleman who won finished with 5 wins and 1 draw, and enough soft scores, as they're lovingly called, favourite game and favourite army votes, to have him come up as number 1 above Simon Pridis, who was the only player that weekend to win all 6 of his games. So winning all 6 of your games results in a second place finish at the Grand Tournament Finals, which, regardless of what you normally historically associate with the kind of soft scoring systems that Warhammer World uses, I think it is quite a bit of a negative outcome for the event and for the tournament to actually see a situation unfold where the guy who wins all 6 games doesn't actually win the tournament. Don't get me wrong, I'm still a huge advocate of the Warhammer World system where they reward favourite players and favourite armies. But I think in the case of both, there is a certain level of subjectiveness to that. And ultimately, there are certain attributes that are rewarded in this situation that essentially can and is resulting in scenarios where the best players aren't winning, and if anything, actually the best players are becoming quite discouraged by the idea of attending the Warhammer World events because of this sort of soft scoring and these sorts of scenarios. So I think...
I was going to say I don't know about that, because it's like ultimately at the end of the day, to be, the hobby itself of 40k isn't really just about playing games. It's meant to be about painting your army, yeah,
but that is what the painting competition's for.
But
that's why there's.
I would say your army in itself needs to be well painted to a decent standard. Like, they've got rules in place to ensure that you're meant to do that, but then the sort of soft scores of the best army and favourite game votes ensure that you're meant to be a decent human being when you play and that you've put some effort into your army. And basically, in terms of, the guy who won it, he had 3 favourite game votes and 3 favourite army votes, and Pridis, who came second in the end, only had 1 favourite army vote. So, the logic is, if he wanted to put a bit more effort into painting his army up, he could have quite easily won it outright. But if he's done a sort of bare minimum paint job on his army, then you can't blame... I'm a bit like, you can't blame the system when you know what the rules are.
Oh,
It's like he knows full well
absolutely
that
agree with
that's
you.
how it should be played.
I absolutely agree with you that the system is what the system is, and the system was all universally agreed upon when we all entered into the event. And I'm not suggesting that they should have changed the way the system works, but I think it shows a flaw in the system when someone who has undeniably been the best general that weekend is unable to score an overall win. And again, I've never had the privilege of playing against Simon Pridis. I have no opinion about the man whatsoever when it comes to how he plays. Obviously, he came away from 6 games without a single favourite game vote, so there has to be some sort of correlation to that resulted in that outcome. But regardless of how that came about, it still doesn't necessarily feel very fair to me, or not fair, because obviously fair doesn't really come into these situations, but it doesn't seem accurate to me that the only guy with 6 wins should be rewarded a second place finish over a guy that posted 1 draw. Now, again,
weirdly, it's like the whole reason of doing 6 games as well was to ensure that there was one overall winner. So the fact that, I mean, it's like we could have just done 5 games rather than 6.
Oh, totally. I mean, and don't get me wrong, and I also, it's a very delicate situation because I don't want to diminish the guy who came first's accomplishment, because ultimately he had a gorgeous army, and I had witnessed, I was very close to him because he scored a draw at the same time I did. I think he scored his draw in the second round, and I was playing next to him in round 3, and he seemed like an incredibly friendly guy who had a really good attitude, really gorgeous army. So to take away from his achievement of winning the Grand Tournament Finals is not reasonable, but what I'm saying is that this is one of those factors that this new point system that they've introduced is clearly designed to attempt to kind of, address, because, again, if Games Workshop's intent is to continue having this event grow and have the Grand Tournaments gain more importance and more presence within, the competitive 40k scene, they do need to enter into a situation where we acknowledge great players, we acknowledge great looking armies, but they have no correlation or no impact on something as important as the Grand Tournament final winner.
Yeah. Well, this is the last of the old style GTs. So going forwards is a new GT format.
Yeah.
And I think they've tweaked the point score, so I don't know if this same system of, one person gets max wins versus one person gets all but one and it's a draw.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they could still do this same kind of win on soft scores or not. We'd have to look into that.
To the best of my remembrance of what occurred, you can't. The soft scores, as we've ended up calling them here, are all about determining where you sit within the bracket that you earn through victories in the game.
Yeah,
so,
which I think makes sense. And weirdly, we talked about this before, because I think it was last year, Lawrence from Temperature Tactics, he came second or third, and we were like, he always does well with the favourite game, favourite army votes. Yeah. So we were like, I wonder if he will somehow win it, even though he didn't win all his games. But he didn't in the end, because I think everyone got a reasonable amount of scores.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that this sort of weird niche scenario has actually finally raised its head in the very last one where it could possibly happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Joe, what's your thoughts and feelings on that final outcome?
I think it's a weird one, because I think if they go through the effort of making people stay for an extra, what is it actually, like an extra 3 hours day just to play that 6th game to get a official six game winning person to come first. Like, that person is theoretically the best player there and therefore should win.
Yeah.
To turn around to someone and say, although you won all your games and you're technically the best person here, like, not everyone enjoyed playing against you, so therefore we're going to penalise you, is a bit harsh. Because Simon Preditt's like, he might, like, I've never met him, I've never spoken to him, but if theoretically he's got a bit of an edge that you can't get along with, like, that shouldn't diminish his playing ability. And that's why we're there for the final.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be, your army, like, some people go to the final, they're incredible players, they love converting models, they love playing the game, but they might struggle to get their army painted.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't be penalised. Whereas there's people who might not be very good at the game, but are really good painters, they have their whole separate category to win prizes in that, not the playing part. So I think it's a bit harsh for Simon to lose out on his on his win.
I genuinely, if I was in Simon's situation, I'd be seriously gutted. I'd be really annoyed with how it went. And again, it's harsh because ultimately we all knew what we signed up for, and we all knew that this was a likely possibility. But it is still harsh when it happens because ultimately it's just an unfortunate thing. And again, not to diminish the winner, Dan from Glasshammer, he won. You know, great player, great looking army. You know, I mean, in many respects, by the rules of the event pack, he was the well-deserved winner because he had a gorgeous army, great attitude, and he won, 5.5 out of 6 games. So, in every meaningful way, he deserved his win. I'm just saying it's a weird thing. And
the thing was, as well, is like he didn't win just because of the soft scores. The soft scores allowed him to draw with Pridis, and then the decider was the number of secondary, so things like line breaker and stuff.
Yeah.
And he actually had one more, so that's what allowed him to beat Pridis.
Yeah, absolutely. So, by the final outcome, one of the other things that I was seeing happening a lot during the Grand Tournament Finals specifically, but I think it is a Warhammer World issue that I think needs some attention as well moving forwards, is I'm finding more and more that the TOs, or the events team at Warhammer World, are becoming quite ineffective at dealing with rules-related questions or conflicts between players. Now, as you can understand, because this is the Grand Tournament Finals, the level of stress, or more specifically kind of finicky rules queries was quite high, and the team that was on in effect during the Warhammer World Grand Tournament Finals was a team of around 3 people, and look, I mean, when you came to them with a rules query, and to be clear, I didn't come to them with any rules queries during the event, but I saw many others who did. The series of events seemed to be along the lines of they'd refer you to the rules pack, which was pinned to a board. They would then refer to the rule book, and then they would essentially kind of ask you to kind of come to a conclusion with your opponent rather than offering you a verdict. And what I like from TOs and what I want from a TO is I want definitive answers. I want that TO to take control of the situation and say, tell me what happened on your side, tell me what happened on your side, cool, based on what you've said and the rules, this is what the outcome is. Play it like that and move on. Because that kind of conflict resolution is what you need from a TO. And what I was seeing from the TOs here was nothing that effective. It was essentially people kind of lost in a kind of delicate situation where they'd approached quite a heated debate between 2 players, and rather than offering a resolution to that, they simply kind of sat there and kind of looked all kind of worried as the guys sort of argued back and forth. And these things, though relatively rare during the weekend, happened enough that I noticed, just created an escalation and created a situation far worse had the TOs actually just stepped in and made a verdict. So their inability to act, or their lack of training for conflict resolution, or just dealing with these sorts of instances, I think made the event look much worse than if they were getting in there and just making the hard decisions. I mean, Joe, what did you think of the TOs? Did you think they were especially effective?
I thought it was like they didn't exist. Like the Warhammer World TO's job is, by the looks of it, is number inputting on a laptop and then announcing what the next game is, and at the end giving a really plain kind of speech on who won. Because like I had my own rules thing come up. Basically, one of my opponents, because I ran my Special Alliance as Imperial Fists as per the rule pack, because it just says what you have to, if you're going to run a unit as a detachment, they must all be the same color. That's it, basically. That's what their rules say. So you could rock up with a black painted army, and you could run it as Iron Hands, Imperial Fists, Blood Angels, whatever, Dark Angels, doesn't matter. As long as you say that's what it is, it's fine. And I was running the Siegebreaker cohort, and one of my opponents basically said after the game, it didn't matter in this game because it never made an effect. But if you want to use those as Siegebreaker cohort, they have to be yellow because that's what Imperial Fists are. And
I've always told you this, Joe.
Come, silence you, Mr. Catachan Krieg. So I was like, fine, I'll go and talk to a TO. So I went over to the TO and I said, my opponent has said that my army has to be yellow to benefit from the Imperial Fist stratagems and the detachment. And he was like, I'll have to check the rules. So I followed him and he walked straight up to the A board, which had the rules pack painted on it. And he was like, oh, it doesn't say anything here. So I have to check the codex. So we disappeared off and read the Space Marine Codex and the Imperial Fist Codex. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, by your rules from the Codex, I can, and by the rules of your rules pack, I can say these are just Imperial Fists. He was like, well, if no one's got an issue with it, it should be fine. And it was like, I kind of wanted him to go, yes, you can do that, or no, you can't, and kind of stood by that decision because that's what they need to do. But like the problem is, like, people have gone up to them and said, "Oh, I've tried to do this shooting, but some of my units in range, some of it aren't. Like what gets to hit, what doesn't, blah 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 blah." Or I've moved half my unit. Is the whole unit -1 to hit, or is it just the models that are -1 to hit because they've all got heavy weapons? And the TOs kind of stood there and just stared at them blankly. And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, that's like one of the key basic rules within the game. Because it's all done model by model. So the models that have moved are -1 and the ones that have stood still. So it's one of those terrifying facts that the people who are running this event don't even know how to play the game.
I think also it's that thing of if they've always done it where they're basically like refer to the codex, sort it out yourselves, and I think they're a bit worried that they will just open up the floodgates of people asking the most. That's not a TO's
job. A TO's job is to, as well as run the event, they're there to fix any arguments and just draw that line in the sand and be like, this is what it is. This is the official ruling. Whether it's right or wrong at this precise moment, it's what I say it is. And then we will deal with it later.
I think the thing with the colour scheme probably does need to be done because I think in their next event, I think it's worded differently. So it's like...
in their next one, they've reworded it so that you are what you're painted.
Yeah. So you would have to be a successor chapter.
I'd have to be a successor chapter. I wouldn't be able to take that. And if I'd have to take the followers of the progenitor or whatever it's called, the one where the successor trait is that you just take the normal trait of the lead chapter.
Yep.
And if you want to take any relics from the parent chapter, you have to pay an extra CP for it. Otherwise, you've got to take the just the standard special equipment, which you don't have to pay for, which is fine because that's written out. That's black and white. And that's been written by someone who doesn't do that tournament.
Yeah.
That's been written by an official rules writer. So what they need to do is they need to either hire someone who knows the rules, and their job is to sit at a desk, a help desk basically, at the front of the hall, and be like, if you've got any problems, come to me. I've got every codex, I've got all the rule books, I've got the rules pack, which I have memorized, so I can answer your question quickly and efficiently, so we don't waste your time, and you can go back to your game. And whether you like,
I think their issue is the events team is a generic team that run Horus Heresy, Age of Sigmar, Blood Bowl, like Underworld, like they do everything. So
yeah, but
clearly
all of
they
their
need
stuff,
an
all of their
expert.
stuff runs to a standard template, which was being put down like 4 years ago. Like whether you go to an Age of Sigmar, a Lord of the Rings, or a 40k tournament, or even the Heresy ones, they are all exactly the same. The rules packs are never change event to event. The system where they input all their information never changes because that's a standard template and it just automatically shows who's playing what and it's got a timer on it. So their job literally is just to corral the herd, essentially. So it's not a huge ask for them to know basic rules of the game.
I think, especially for the price of admission. I mean, these are the most expensive tournaments you can attend. And I do agree with Joe's assessment of these things. I think it's not a tall order for a company with the resources of Games Workshop within their head office to have someone, especially for the event that it was. And again, I think this is one of the things that's really... This is another point that we'll get onto very shortly, but... You know, I think the thing is we all, as players of the Grand Tournament system, have injected a great deal of, you know, gravitas and substantial importance onto the Grand Tournament and the Grand Tournament finals especially. But I don't think that status is actually felt within Games Workshop itself. And I think that's evident with how they actually support the event, which we'll talk about in a moment. But I do find it quite insane that the Grand Tournament finals didn't have a guy or a handful of guys from the rules writing team on hand to answer questions and to ultimately improve the overall running of the event. Because, you know, it's not like... Fair enough. Do you need that level of TO at a narrative event, you know, for 40k? No, probably not. Probably what you have will suffice because those sorts of gamers in that sort of environment can come to a consensus. But when you're talking Grand Tournament style gameplay, and again, and I don't mean to kind of like name names or do anything like that, and I won't, but there were lots of examples of people that I saw there taking it way too seriously, and I think the way the TOs handled those situations only aggravated it, and I think that's the problem. It's like Joe is right, you need someone on your events team staff who is literally like lead TO that sits there and goes, I will deal with your rules issues. And when they're presented with two people having a heated debate, they have the confidence, the authority and the presence to be able to simply identify the issue, understand what it means within the context of the rules, render a verdict that has to be obeyed by, and that's all you need from a TO. You know, you don't need them to do what is happening presently, which is to have them sort of, you know, as I say, sit there ineffectively and witness these two people have a bit of a row that doesn't seem to have any meaningful resolution, and is upsetting people around them as well. Their inability to act creates negative memories from this event. I'm sure there are people who've come away from the Grand Tournament with negative impressions of it based on the antics of some players that weren't correctly addressed by the TOs.
I mean, I have to say, from my point of view, I don't think I ever saw an argument going on beyond the normal sort of polite discourse that you get in an event. But then I wasn't hanging around towards the the top table, so maybe you were a bit more aware of that than I was.
It's weird, mate, because at the top tables it doesn't really happen, and the bottom tables it doesn't really happen. It's the mid table where these guys really get into it. There's definitely some sort of attitude in the mid tables where people are good enough that they should be winning, but maybe they're not. And again, the mid tables is where I see this stuff. When I've been in tournaments where I'm actually up top, I've never encountered those sorts of issues. It's only when you sort of dwell somewhere between tables 12 and tables like 30, say, where all that sort of stuff goes on. But then like 30 down, it chills out again because everyone's very clearly not there to win, I suppose. But
now, yeah, I was going to say it's interesting about having an extra person. I can sort of see how they want to not necessarily cut corners, but not have enough people, not having more people working on a weekend when they don't need to, because obviously it's going to be a regular GW employee. But it sort of feels like getting an official like rules writer down is probably problematic because they're thinking an edition ahead and won't remember the current rules very well. And people like was it Wade, who was on the live stream, and his mate, they're probably some of the most qualified people, but they're obviously busy live streaming.
But you say it's not cost efficient to have a third member of staff working, but there's 65 quid a ticket, and you've got 72 players, right? That's over $4,500 that these people are paying just to be there. That's not including the amount of money that they're going to pay for model, glue, paint when they're there. The amount of money that food and drink, because lunch is included, which is about 12 quid a head because it's normally a carvery, right? So that's not a huge amount. That drops it down to about $4,000 kind of thing. But then they're still buying dinner there. They might be still been buying lunch there. Everyone buys about 30 drinks each whilst they're there because it's always sweltering hot. So you're just pounding back like Coke and beer and stuff the whole time, and water. So like they can afford to pay. So it doesn't even have to be a head rules writer. The young lad who was behind the bar, who I was talking to about my army, knew more about the rules and what I was running than the head tournament organizer that was on staff. And he's probably on minimum wage, and he probably loved to be sat at a table with all the power, handing out the rules.
No, you probably are. I do remember the days when they had. It was the first GT heat of the new edition, and actually they did have a load of rules writers out, or games writers down playing 40k. And I actually sort of feel like that sort of thing's a good learning experience for them to see how the game's getting played, what kind of rules questions are people still having. And it's a bit of a shame they didn't keep that up, because that sort of felt like a visible presence, and it was kind of like almost like a perk to going to a GW event, that the people that run the game are actually going to be there playing and taking part and sort of taking notes about what's going on. So even if, like I said, they're not getting rules writer to do the TO job, I think they should just still be there to watch the event and see how people are playing 40k. Weirdly, it seems like they go to like LVO and places like that, but they don't really bother with any of the UK stuff, especially the ones that are on their doorstep, which just seems a bit puzzling.
And I suppose this kind of point rolls over into the other one, which is that, Joe, this was the first Grand Tournament final that Joe's qualified for, and he's worked hard to get there, and he's played in every single season, as it were, and this is the first time he broke into it. And and again, we as a group have always kind of built up a certain level of kind of importance around all these things. But as I was saying earlier, that kind of importance really doesn't necessarily feel like it's being felt by the guys at GW, because what I will say is I think the Grand Tournament finals have progressively gotten worse every year since they started. The first one they did at Warhammer Fest was at Warhammer Fest. It was attended by a lot of rules writers who were going around sort of seeing things and talking about stuff. And obviously the award ceremony took place at Warhammer Fest, and it felt a little bit significant, although a lot of that was kind of projected upon it by the fact that it was the first. The second one in 2019, was at Warhammer World, and it felt awfully similar to this one, but even because of the fact that the dates worked out better, the quality of players was a bit higher, and, you know, it was the first time at Warhammer World, so you kind of gave it a bit of a pass, even though it felt just a little bit like a regular Warhammer World event. But this one especially just felt utterly underwhelming. It was like, honestly, there was no quizzes in the evenings, no seminars, no one from the rules team even showed up. Like, no one was there, no one cared from Games Workshop, no rules writers, no important people, no pomp or circumstance, no reveals, nothing. It's literally like you're supposed to have your 120 best players playing for the title of being your Grand Tournament champion, and you can't even be asked to get some rules writers to come down and say hello and say some things about what they're working on or talk about things around the corner. And I think that's the thing. It's like, to me, it seems crazy that you've got some of your most die-hard enthusiasts, and all you do is the same thing you do for anyone paying to go to any other Warhammer World event. If anything, actually, I think other Warhammer World events are usually better supported. It just felt so lackluster this year, and I hate saying that because I love going to Warhammer World with you guys. I love meeting people there. I love playing games. I just expect something extra for the Grand Tournament finals, and it's become abundantly clear that Games Workshop don't care about this format. It's just a cash grab for them, and I'm a bit disappointed by that because I've been giving them the benefit of the doubt for a long time, and I've been promoting it for a long time as well. You know, I've you know, this podcast was kind of created off the back of the fact that we were going to the Grand Tournaments in 2018, and it's been a big part of what we've tried to kind of build our show around. And I'm just a bit sad by it, really, if I'm honest with you. And that's it. It's horrible to say it, but that's how I feel. I felt very disappointed by this particular event.
Yeah, I'm 100% like behind you. I worked really, really hard to get into that finals, and I literally play tested for 14 weeks with this variations of the same army against different armies, and I went to 3 like kind of indie tournaments before to kind of practice to make sure that I had everything down so that I felt good enough and ready enough that I could qualify. And I came 10th in that, and I was absolutely elated. I felt great. And coming into this final, even from the beginning, it kind of felt like the staff didn't care. Like obviously they were there because it's their job and they have to be there, kind of thing. But none at the start, like no member of staff was like, "Congratulations for qualifying and being here. Like what you've done is really good. You are the top 70 players of these events, and now like get ready for like a really difficult event." It was just a case of you turn up, they're like, "What's your name? Where's your list? What's your food requirements?" And then no one announces that the doors to the hall are opening. The doors just get opened, and then you start to see people kind of filter in. And when you get there, he goes, "Thanks for coming. If there's a fire, run for your lives. Lunch will be at 12. And then game 1, ready, go.
Yeah. Because would it kill them to wheel out Jez and get him to say something at the start?
Well, he was there on the Friday as well.
Well, of course he is, because it's a work day. But, like, you know, would it kill him to roll out Jez and get him to say something? Would it kill him to get, like, one of the head game developers to come out and say something? Like, you know, oh God, we got to give them a day in lieu or an half a day in lieu just to sort of come down on Saturday morning and say some encouraging things to the players that have clearly invested a lot of money, time, and energy into your hobby or into your products, I suppose, if you're gonna look at it that way. And that's the thing. That's just what annoys me. Is like it just needs the smallest little extras to make it feel special.
I think the problem is whatever reveals or interesting stuff they have, they're going to save it for the LVO because that's a really big, like it's a bigger tournament. It gets more sort of publicity and more renowned to it than a little GW event, even if it's big for the UK, but in terms of the world,
you say it's little. It's like that's supposed to be their headline event.
Oh, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I think as well, though, I'm not even saying they need to reveal something. Just come out and say, well done. Good work on being here. This is going to make a difference. And then actually kind of say to, give these guys something extra. Like, if you're the grand tournament winner, right? If you're Dan, I forget his surname, but you're Dan What's-His-Face from Glasshammer who's won the grand tournament. You should be invited to the studio to look over things or give opinions on stuff, or you should be able to, you should be given the opportunity to kind of like get some sort of like money can't buy opportunity, or you
say that if you go to Warhammer Open Day or Black Library Open Day or Forge World Open Day, where the ticket's like 25 quid,
right,
you get a free tote bag with like a badge in it, a lanyard, some stickers, like all money can't buy stuff that GW keep for that. But there's nothing like that for qualifying. Like not even a like a sticker.
No, you get a pin badge for qualifying.
Yeah, a pin badge. Okay.
Yeah, you get a pin badge and you get the certificate for qualifying. But I mean, look, I'm not saying it's a lot, but it's something at least. I don't have an issue with that. I think the issue is just do something, man. Like, make it feel important. Put on a seminar in the evening, like a Q&A with the development team. Talk about, just have an open forum to have a conversation with them about rules. Put on a pub quiz again, because again, people are going to be there for 6 games. You've got to kind of keep them entertained and do stuff in the evening.
Because we found on the Saturday that you were we finished, had a drink, game finished. Half an hour later, they're booting you out, and they're come on, pack up stuff, get out, come on. If you're done getting the bugmans kind of thing, and they started getting a bit irate, and there were still people tidying up their models or putting them in the glass cabinets overnight. And it's like you can't run an event until late and then expect everyone to immediately leave. Which I just found a little bit strange.
Yeah, look, I mean, I hate having to say negative things about Warhammer World events because I love them. I love them. And the things I love about them is hanging out with you guys, playing games with really great people, seeing amazing armies. And coming away from a weekend of wargaming and feeling inspired. I felt awful after this weekend. I'd gone through 6 really hard games. I was ill to begin with, and I felt terrible at the end of it. I just sort of, and I just felt like I'd let myself down with running Blood Angels, which put me in a very negative mood anyway. But then to add to that, nothing about the event made me smile. Not in memory, it's like literally because all the games were hard, they were long, so I hardly hung out with you guys. In the in the evening portion of it, we did have a good time meeting people and doing stuff, but during the day it was just long and tedious and sweaty, and I don't know, man. I just, whatever reason, it just didn't have the magic. I came away from this weekend wanting to sell a lot of stuff that I've bought recently because I was like, I just don't know why I'm even bothering. Like, just get rid of this, get rid of that. I mean, I sold a couple of things to Joe's Triple Helix Wargaming pre-owned thing literally yesterday because I was just like, sack that off. Don't care about that anymore. You know, that is the first time I've ever been to Warhammer World and come away more frustrated with the hobby than excited about it, which is quite a damning indictment, but I can't deny how I felt, and that's how I felt, which is rare because it never normally has that effect on me. But I'm looking forward to April when we go back again to do the team tournament. I'm really hopeful that will be a great classic Warhammer World weekender. But this one just left me pretty cold. I mean, Phil, we haven't heard much from you on your personal opinions on this. How did you feel at the end of it all?
I think pretty similar. It's like the thing that made the event were the people that were there, like the people that we know or we just see around at these events. Like I said, the Astra Militarum player that you played against, I don't know his name, but I speak to him every time I'm there, and we have a bit of a chit-chat about our armies and bond over being guard players. There was an awful lot of no retreat players there, Urbanics and people like that I get to say hello to and have good, and Pardo, and spend some time chatting with them for a bit. And that's what made the final for me enjoyable, was getting to sort of hang out with people that I'm friends with. The games themselves were reasonably good, mostly enjoyable, but like I said, they're difficult at times, or they're just physically tiresome. Like sometimes you end up just sitting down on a little stool, but actually most of the time you're using that for your tray because there's no sideboard, so you're standing for 6 games, which is painful basically. And I came away a bit, like I said, a bit uninspired. Normally we go around the exhibition hall, or we want to look around the stores and we want to buy some new models for my army. And I mean, admittedly, for a while I've always been like, I don't need to buy anything more. But this time I just sort of had zero interest in buying anything. I was like, I don't need anything. We did, however, go around the exhibition hall and we saw this really stunning Necromunda display that was like this tiered hive built up from the new Necromunda Zone Mortalis stuff. And it was like Enforcers versus the new Meat Grinder gang. And there were so many interesting bits of detail. I felt inspired just looking at that, going, "Oh yeah."
So what you're saying is that you left this event wanting to play a different game system?
Well, a little bit, because actually the thing I was looking at more when I went to the store was the Cadron Overlords, because we've been talking about doing Age of Sigmar for a while. So I was like, I'll just have a look and see what there is and see what they look like. And weirdly, when I went around the exhibition centre, I looked at the Cadron Overlords and I was like, oh my god, those frigates look like they will take a long time to paint. And it kind of put me off wanting to play them. But then I saw some in the store and they had the old school flying stands on them, and I was like, these engine riggers look really cool. And weirdly, on the way back, the thing I was thinking about most was the Necron player that I played against, and how much I actually really would love a Necron army, because it was one of the armies I've always wanted to own. In fact, I owned the original Necrons when they did come out. So I spent the very next day sort of list building Necron lists, basically, and looking at the Forge World website at some of the Tomb Stalkers, going, oh, because these are lovely models. I mean, I'm not going to buy a Necron army, but it's tempting, but I won't. But you are right. It's the problem with that weekend is you go up with your mates to then not hang out with your mates, and that's always the problem when you do these single person events.
Yeah.
So for me, I absolutely love the doubles weekends. They're the ones I want to do. The team event will be interesting because each playing individual games, but at least it's done in a bit more of a team setting where you all kind of huddle together beforehand to work out who's playing who. Yeah. So I'm kind of keen to play that one.
And the theory is as well for the team events, we're all playing side by side, so we're all in the same quadrant, if you will. Yeah,
that would be something, because half the time, at these events you're going around trying to find where everyone is, or hanging around waiting for predominantly me to finish, or you finished the game so we can go for lunch and things. I really want to do a campaign weekend again, because we did one once and that was many years ago, and I really want to see if they've improved. And I'll be just genuinely curious to see what the kind of gameplay standards like at those events, how serious people take it, or how sort of fun and relaxed it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of didn't like the pressure of this one, but when I got there, I enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to. But still came away feeling pretty drained by the experience.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So look, I reckon in conclusion, for me anyway, I love Warhammer World. I love going away for the weekend in Nottingham and hanging out with you guys and our other friends and playing games of Small Toy Soldiers. Historically, that's how I feel about things. But for whatever reason, between the TOs being viewably ineffective in this event, between the level of kind of pressure that was on display, the army that I'd chosen to take, and just the absolute lack of effort put in by Games Workshop for something that I look at as something with a little bit more gravitas than clearly they do. This is the first miss I've seen from GW's events team since 2016, 2015, I think was when GW events were on a really, really bad streak. And this felt like that. I came away feeling frustrated about it. And that's not what that event or what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to continue to reinforce and, ultimately re-support my love for all this. But yeah, no, genuinely, I came away more frustrated than I ever have done in a long time from a Warhammer World event. And that's a really sad thing to say. Joe, what do you reckon in conclusion, mate?
Yeah, I'm very much in the same boat. For my first GT final, it just fell a little bit flat. I'm not sad at all for doing 3 and 3. Like that's fine, because this is supposed to be a really hard event. I don't class myself as a top tier player, and I'm not going to kind of reach that far. Like I had no idea in my head that I was going to win it, so I'm not sad about that. It just kind of felt like it was just too much hard work for the staff. Like it was like when you go into work on a Monday and you're just like, we'll do 50% effort kind of thing. Yeah. Well, that's what I was kind of feeling from the event as a whole. Yeah. The bonus was that they really upped their food game at lunchtime. Oh yeah,
that deserves to be highlighted. The food was excellent.
Because I think they've got a new kitchen. They've got new kitchen staff, new canteen. So normally on a Saturday you get burger and chips, fish and chips, or hot dog and chips. Like that's it. And then the Sunday you get a bit of a half-assed roast kind of thing. You might get a pork chop, some potatoes, and some very, very wet veg.
Or one of those weird sausages with the cocktail stick through it.
A Cumberland sausage.
Yeah.
Get one of those, and you always go for them because those you can't get that wrong.
No.
But sometimes they have, and it's been bad. But this time round, we had basically a Toby Carvery on a Saturday and a Sunday, and I love Toby Carvery, so I was happy as a pig in muck, shall we say. It was great. And the meat was cooked really nicely. No dry beef whatsoever.
There you go.
So that was a win for me. Like that really picks your soul up after that first game lost on a tournament to be treated to a nice carvery. So that's I can live with that. Like small and like the fact that we made new friends, because obviously Phil knows a lot of the SN guys and he knows Paulie quite well, and I've spoken to Paulie on the podcast and I've messaged him on Facebook, but I've not really met him. So it's really nice to forge that kind of friendship and to make friends with one of my opponents and then end up going out for dinner and sitting down and eating dinner with them was a nice thing. So everything that involved food about the weekend was good. And the players made it good. So yeah, that's my thing. Go for the players, stay for the food.
Don't expect too much from Games Workshop's events team.
Yeah.
No, I agree. 100% agree. So there you go, guys. Look, I mean, that was us talking about the Warhammer 40,000 Grand Tournament Finals. Massive congratulations to the top 3 finishers. We had Dan from Glasshammer, I've forgotten the full name of, Simon Pridis coming in second, and then Stefan coming in third. Stefan is an absolutely fantastic bloke. We didn't mention him at all, but I actually didn't play him this GT, but I played him in the last GT final. He was the only guy I lost to in the GT finals in 2019, and since then I've kind of kept in touch with him, and he's an absolute legend. So to see him come third place with Guard, Custodes and Grey Knights was just fantastic. So honestly,
his list was kind of like the last 6 months of Space Marines had happened, and he hadn't quite got the memo.
Yeah,
like he was like, I won with this list, it seems to be good, I'll carry on.
Yeah.
And then ignored everything that happened within the hobby since then, and it's worked really well.
It's because it's what he knows, and he's great with it. He knows all the tricks, and he plays it really well. He's a great guy. So no, I'm really, really happy for him. Really happy for all the guys who got the top 3 finish. Obviously, I would have preferred had Pridis finish first and Dan finished second, if not only because of the fact that Sai won all 6 of his games. But again, as I said, obviously by the nature of the event, that is, the correct outcome, I suppose. So there you go. So there you go, guys. That has been our lengthy assessment of Grand Tournament Finals 2020. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you didn't find it too rambly, although I imagine it definitely would be. And obviously to anyone listening from the Warhammer World Events team, everyone makes a mistake now and again. I'm sure you'll get better in the future. I don't mean to be unnecessarily negative about you. I think, you were just on poor form that weekend, but I'm looking forward to you getting back on pace when we come back in April for the team event. So there you go. Let us now transition onwards with the good old transitional noise. Woo! Thank you very much, everyone. That now concludes episode 38 of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast. Our ongoing tirade and or a series of opinions of the various games we played, the overall event itself, have now been concluded. And I think we all feel just a little bit lighter for that process. I mean, what do you think, Joe? Are you feeling content with yourself and the world around you now that it is behind us? The Warhammer 40,000 GT finals?
I'm certainly relieved, and a bit of pressure's taken off. I'm now in that weird stage of like not like what do I want to play with next kind of thing mode, and what army is going forward. I'm going to be giving my Drukhari a lot of love going forward. I want to make them good. But yeah, I kind of feel a bit lighter on the old baggage. That said, we have got a tournament next month, so
that is true. We've got the Bournemouth Grand Tournament, the Beachhead Brawl Bournemouth GT. So we'll be doing that one in February. So obviously myself and Joe are going along to that one from a gaming perspective, although I think we've just about convinced Phil to turn up, at least from a social perspective, on the Saturday. Are you going to come join us on the Saturday, Phil?
I mean, maybe.
He's a maybe. His ongoing optimism is...
I'm a hard maybe.
He's a hard maybe. Well, that's better than where we were at before. I mean, by all accounts, there is something for everyone at the Beachhead event. They've got lots of trading halls with a trading hall with models and things that you might want to buy from other ranges, and they've got lots of narrative things going on and lots of other game systems being
you could
played.
get into historical, Phil.
Well, I think if anything, I might go, and if I was going to game, it would, more likely be something like Kill Team or Blood Bowl or Warhammer Underworlds. Just as a sort of something that's light and easy. I don't need to think too hard about what I'm going to take and carry a big case along, that sort of thing.
Well, that's the thing. They are definitely doing a Blood Bowl tournament as well, though, Phil. So maybe, just maybe, it could be something for you to consider, mate. It'd be
Dust
great.
off those halflings.
Yeah, bring back the halflings, man. That'd be wicked. I mean, it would be absolutely awesome to have you there, just from the perspective of, going out on the Saturday and stuff, and seeing all the other, 40k people that will be there and represented. So, who can say, mate? It could be a winner.
For sure.
I'm just reading the details here. The NAF approved Blood Bowl Beachhead 2020, organised by our great friends at Bonehead Podcast. I don't know who their great friends at Bonehead Podcast are. I've never even heard of Bonehead Podcast, but clearly that's a podcast that I need to pay attention to.
I think that's a Blood Bowl podcast, because Bonehead is a Blood Bowl rule for ogres.
Well, there you go. It's only £15, Phil, to play in that Blood Bowl tournament, and that includes entry into the Beachhead event.
Well, there you go. I might do that then.
There you go. Wonderful times. Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Be there or be square. But there you go. Without meaning to plug Beachhead more and more and more. Yeah, that's coming up. And then also we got tickets, didn't we, to the team event in April. So yeah, the four of us, the three of us here, plus Richie.
But that's not our brawl, though, is it? That's at Warhamster World.
That is Warhamster World in April. So we're going to be doing the Warhamster World 40k team tournament in April. So look forward to hearing more about that as we go forward.
Yeah, and that's me. That's us three and Richie, isn't it?
It's us three and Richie. The dream team. We're going to do well, I'm sure.
That sounds like a name of like a really terrible like American sitcom, doesn't it?
What, the dream team?
No, like us three and Richie. It's like 2.5 men. And there's 3 men and a baby.
Or 4 men and a baby. Yeah. Well, it was amazing that was such a popular movie back in the 80s.
Yeah. But it had Steve Guttenberg in it, and I'm wholly with that as well.
Do you remember Look Who's Talking? That was quite a popular film back in the day, wasn't it?
Wasn't that was Bruce Willis, wasn't it?
Was it Bruce Willis who performed the voice of those that were talking?
I'm pretty sure Bruce Willis was the baby.
Really?
Yeah.
Even in Look Who's Talking too?
This requires some level of research, but I feel like Bruce Willis was part of this.
This period of time, this event, this movie, what do you think?
Yeah.
There we
It's
go.
up his street, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. There was a big period of time, wasn't there, where they just used to love doing voiceovers over things that wouldn't otherwise speak.
Yeah.
It was a big craze in Hollywood back in the day.
It's like I want to say big, but that's like he was a teenager. Doesn't really count.
That was a child who became a man.
No, there was Look Who's Talking Now, which was Look Who's Talking, but with dogs.
Yes, that was true. Did Beethoven have speech?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, Look Who's Talking was I've just done a little bit of research. Was John Travolta.
John Travolta was the Look Who's Talking baby.
Oh, and Bruce Willis was in it as well. Yeah.
But was he the baby or not?
It just says voice, so I'm saying Bruce Willis, Mickey, brackets voice. So I'm assuming he was the baby.
There you go. What an illustrious career he's had.
God.
If only we could be so lucky in life to make such a small fortune out of, giving voices to children.
Yeah.
Magical times. I mean, what was your opinion on those films, Phil? Were you a fan back in the day?
Oh, I'm sure I was. But they were just, when you're 12, you're a fan of any film.
It was true, actually. I even enjoyed that Mr. Magoo movie that came out with Oh, the guy from the Naked Gun films was...
Mr. Magoo was brilliant.
Exactly, just some divvery old man with poor eyesight walking around a construction site. Had me in stitches, so it did. Much like Baby's Big Day Out. Remember that one? Oh, the hilarity.
I couldn't get grips to that one. I'm sorry, you're on your own with it. Yeah,
what about when he was kind of like, adopted by a giant gorilla? Or a regular-sized gorilla, I suppose. Just giant to the baby.
That's always funny, though, isn't it?
Exactly. Gorillas, taking ownership of a baby. I mean, what's not to love?
I don't know. This tangent's got too weird, even.
Oh, really? Has it gone off into a place? Well, there we go. There you go. So, look, anyway, everyone, as you know, that was us doing episode 38. We hope you enjoyed it. Look, I mean, the Warhammer GT has definitely been a big part of, our podcast in terms of what we like to talk about. This year is going to be interesting because we haven't managed to get tickets to the first one that's happening in February. We've not managed to get ones for the ones in April because we prioritised the team tournament. So maybe not. We'll end up going to the one that I believe is happening in like May, June time. But regardless of what happens on that front, obviously it's always really great to hang out at Warhammer World with the guys and also the various people that we met along the way. So everyone who came up to us and said nice things, thank you very much for doing so. For those of you who got to play against us, hopefully you enjoyed playing against us and that you're not sort of incredibly frustrated or angry with our appraisal of the games that took place, because ultimately, we try and maintain a kind of honest appraisal of what we thought about the games that were, but we're not trying to kind of, be mean or horrible to anyone in particular. So hopefully you enjoyed our hopefully accurate, remembrances of how the games went. And that's it, really. That's all we really set out to do. So hopefully those of you who are still listening to this now enjoyed hearing about our various adventures at Warhammer World, and you look forward to more of this sort of content at some point in the future, because Lord knows it's coming down the line. But yeah, look, I mean, with all things said and done, that has been episode 38 of the Look at Sir 45 podcast. Thank you very much, everybody. Maybe, Joe, you have a final thought that you want to share?
Whenever you go to... I don't know, I ain't got nothing on this one. Wherever you go, be there.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.